Chapter 170. A golden light fell from the sky and fell on Sima Xian's body. He didn't know which powerful priest paid attention to the situation and gave him very effective treatment. The female magician gritted her teeth and looked at the bald man in front of her. After a while, she suddenly grabbed Sima Xian's neck and fiercely kissed his mouth. This was really too sudden. Coupled with Sima Xian's weak body, he actually couldn't dodge and was kissed. At this moment, Sima Xian's mind was, "What about my little white flower?" This kiss came quickly, but it also left quickly. The female magician suddenly raised her head and said with a domineering tone, "I don't care whether you are a little white flower or not. This old lady is determined to follow you, even if you don't want me. But my heart already belongs to someone." Sima Xian said righteously. The female magician snorted disdainfully, "This old lady only wants your body. I don't want your heart." Sima Xian simply stopped talking because he didn't know what to say. When this woman became fierce, no man could compare to her in any way. In fact, although he looked rough, his heart was very delicate. He could feel some of the thoughts in this female magician's heart. Under her fierce appearance, there was actually a hidden fear of war in her heart. She just wanted to be able to find someone to rely on. This King war. This King, holy war. Looking at Sima Xian's eyes, the female magician gradually calmed down. She leaned on his side and murmured in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Sima Xian raised his hand and hugged her shoulder. "It's okay. You're the one who suffered. It will pass, it will pass." The female magician's eyes were a little moist. She suddenly raised her head and looked at him, saying, "If your little white flower doesn't want you anymore, how about I follow you? I'm serious. At least you're a strong man." Sima Xian didn't say anything. With a flash of light in his hand, a few sheepskin scrolls appeared in his hand. His gaze became gentle in an instant. The female magician stopped talking. When she saw the way Sima Xian stared at the sheepskin scroll, she knew that she would not be able to enter his heart. Sima Xian carefully opened the sheepskin scrolls one by one. There were a total of 4 sheepskin scrolls, and each of them was well preserved without any damage. The first letter, "Bastard, you clearly know that I don't want you to call me little white flower, yet you still call me that. I hate you, bald head. However, if you really dare to die on the front line, I will hate you forever. You have to come back alive, no matter how long it took. Also, write back to me. If I don't receive your next letter within 3 months, I'll immediately marry someone else, and you won't be able to rest in peace even after your death." Sima Xian could still clearly remember the mixed feelings he had when he read the first letter. She wrote me back. She let me go back alive. She said she would marry without seeing my letter. She cares about me. Even he himself did not know how much motivation and courage this letter had given him at that time. However, he was sure that without the 4 sheepskin scrolls in his hands, he would not have been able to break through to the 7th rank so smoothly. The second letter, "There's hope as long as you're alive." Yes, the second letter was just that simple. At that time, Sima Xian's reply to his little white flower was, "Since you care about me so much, do you like me? Do I have a chance?" The third letter, "Do you think I'm very fierce? If you're not afraid of me beating you or scolding you, wait until the holy war is over and bring food to see me. If you had to choose between me and your monster hunters, who would you choose?" When he received the third letter, Sima Xian struggled for a long time. His good mood was replaced by irritation. During that period of time, he was exceptionally violent on the battlefield. In his reply to Fengling, he only wrote 2 simple words, "Monster hunters." Yes, he liked Fengling, It was love at first sight, so much so that he was hopelessly fond of her. However, this fondness could not shake his faith. Fengling, I's 4th letter came very quickly. It was also the last letter so far. "I discovered that I'm really starting to like you, because I like men with perseverance. Train your muscles to become sturdier. You're not allowed to fool around. Who knows, after a few days I might come to see you. As long as you're alive, I'll give you a chance. Exorcist Mountain Pass, Assassin Temple. Ding. Her nimble figure twisted in the air and floated to the ground. However, when she landed, her feet were not very stable. She staggered several steps before she managed to stabilize herself. The huge sickle in her hand swept out, but its target was the empty space in front of her. Ding. Another crisp sound. Only this time the sound was even longer. Kai-Er's whole body shook violently, and the scythe in her hand flew out of her hand. She herself also staggered, sitting on the ground. A cold light quietly appeared in front of her and pointed at her throat, causing her skin to slightly tremble. The cold light vanished, and the aged voice rang out. Very good. You were able to withstand my attack for half an hour, and only when your spiritual power was exhausted did you become unable to continue resisting. Among the 7th step, your fighting skills are already the best in the Assassin Temple. Kai-Er propped herself up with her hands, and her forehead was already dripping with sweat. She somewhat coquettishly said to Shengyu, "A great-grandfather, you're too serious. I'm exhausted." While saying that, she picked up the huge sickle that had fallen to the side. This was clearly not her death god sickle, but was made of the same metal. After all, in the process of wielding the death god sickle, Kai-Er might not be able to control herself and be unable to stop. Shengyu lightly sighed and shook his head. Kai-Er looked at him suspiciously and said, "A great-grandfather, what's wrong? Didn't you just say that I learn fast and have good skills?" Shengyu slightly smiled, walked in front of her, and touched her head. "Your current strength is very good. However, you lack one thing that an assassin should have." "What is it?" "Murderous aura." Kai-Er was stunned for a moment and said, "Then how can I cultivate murderous aura?" Shengyu said, "The murderous aura of an assassin is in the bones, cultivated from childhood. You have lost your previous memory and also lost the original murderous aura. In the process of the battle, an assassin is at his strongest when he bursts out his strongest murderous aura in an instant from silence, and uses it in his offensive skills to give the enemy a fatal blow." Kai-Er stamped her feet. "It's not too late for me to cultivate now, but you won't let me join the battlefield. If I don't kill the enemy, how can I cultivate murderous aura?" Xingyu's eyes revealed a trace of contradiction. He lightly sighed and said, "I can't bear to. Back then, when you were still very young, I sent you to the sword of samsara to gain experience. At that time, I hardened my heart and ignored your parents' pleas. However, as time passed, although you lost your murderous aura this time, you also found your innocence and happiness. A great-grandfather really can't bear to let you return to your previous self. If only there was no war, I hope you can be happy like this forever." Kai opened her eyes wide and said, "But didn't you say that I am the reincarnation saintess, and I have to shoulder the mission of the reincarnation saintess? Moreover, I have to help Haochen. It's been a year, and he didn't even come to see me, really." Shengyu slightly smiled and said, "Silly girl, you can't blame him. Haochen, this child, carries a far greater responsibility on his shoulders than you. The pressure on his shoulders is even greater. If you want him to be good, then in the future you must be a good wife to him. I believe that as long as you are given enough time with your talent, you will definitely be able to lead our alliance to counterattack the demons in the near future." Kai-Er's eyes dimmed. It had been a year, and she didn't know how many times she had tried, hoping to recover her memories. But things turned out contrary to her wishes. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall anything. She couldn't even search for traces of her memories. The Exorcist Mountain Pass was her home, and after returning here, the hesitation in her heart gradually disappeared under the care of a great-grandfather and her parents. Facts proved that staying here was the best choice. Apart from not being able to see Long Haochen, she had lived a fulfilling and happy year. Not only had she recovered all her strength, but her cultivation had also made great progress. Her internal spiritual force had already exceeded 20,000, and she was about to advance to the 8th step. A great-grandfather, let's go again. Even if my murderous aura is lacking, as long as I have enough strength, it will be the same. Moreover, my murderous aura can be made up for with my death scythe. Every time I hold the death scythe, I feel as if I have changed into a different person, and all my fears will naturally disappear. Xingyu silently nodded. Don't worry. Recover your spiritual force first. Kai, I'm afraid that soon you will really have to go to the battlefield, and a great-grandfather will be at your side. Are you willing? If you are not willing, a great-grandfather will not force you. But if you want to help Long Haochen in the future, then this is your only choice. Kai said without hesitation, a great-grandfather. I am willing. I want to help him. Xingyu once again stroked her head. His heart was filled with tender affection. His heart was somewhat chaotic, and it seemed to be even more uncomfortable than when Kai was extremely indifferent to him. Knights Templars, dragon-resisting pass. With a flash of golden light, Long Haochen took a step forward, and the illusory light around him completely converged, and he finally returned to the real world. He finally came out of the cave of illusion. Even he himself did not know how much time had passed since the moment he entered the cave of illusion. But once again returning to the real world, he had a completely new feeling, as if his whole person had been reborn. Soft light elements cheerfully danced around his body. Long Haochen had indeed changed a lot. He had grown a lot taller, and his shoulders were broader. But it was not the exaggerated kind of robust. His whole person gave people a very gentle and harmonious feeling. Whether it was the lines of his face or the lines of his body, they all seemed to be formed in accordance with the laws of the world. His long golden hair scattered on both sides of his cheeks, slightly covering his handsome and radiant face. His tall and burly figure, just by standing there, gave people a feeling of stabilizing the sea. His eyes were like 2 golden crystals. Even his pupils were bright gold, but his gaze was very gentle. Only when he inadvertently gazed at him would he reveal a power that made people not dare to look directly at him. Stretching his arms to both sides of his body, he took a deep breath, and Long Haochen's face revealed a trace of a gentle smile. I'm back, Knights Templars. Sonorous and powerful footsteps sounded. Long Haochen turned his head to look, only to see a knight wearing a mithril foundation battle armor appear in front of him, giving him a knight's salute. Hello, Your Excellency Long Haochen. Hello. Long Haochen hurriedly returned the knight's salute. Please follow me. The mithril foundation knight turned around and walked out. Under the guidance of this knight, Long Haochen once again returned to the room he lived in when he first entered the Basilica of the Knights. Please wait a moment. The temple master has instructed that he will summon you as soon as you come out of seclusion. I will also inform your mother. All right, thank you. The mithril foundation knight left, and Long Haochen sat on the bed, feeling unreal. The bed was not considered soft, but the room had the warmth of a home. After being immersed in cultivation for so long, he finally came back. He could not help but lie on the bed and stretch his body. The comfortable feeling that was full of release made every cell in his body moan. Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. The door was pushed open, and a slim figure rushed in. Long Haochen. Bai Yu's voice was full of surprise. She quickly rushed in front of Long Haochen and hugged her son, who had just sat up. His mother's embrace was full of warmth and fragrance. Long Haochen hugged his mother tightly. Mom. His voice was unconsciously trembling, but the feeling of being able to lean in his mother's embrace was too comfortable. However, at this moment, he was more concerned about the responsibility that he had to shoulder. In order to give his mother a better life, for his mother's safety, and for every mother in the Temple League, as the Guardian Knight, What he could do was to resist the invasion of the demons. Why were you gone for so long? Why did you cultivate for so long? 1.5 years. Do you know how much I miss you? Bai was choking with tears. Her husband had left and never returned. There was no news from him until now. When she finally saw her son went into seclusion again, and he had been gone for 1.5 years. If it was not for Yang Haohen and her father-in-law, who always comforted her and told her that Long Haochen was fine, she might have been unable to resist looking for him. It could be said that her son was the only hope in her heart. If something really happened to Long Haochen, Bai didn't know if she would have the courage to continue living. Gentle light elements were released from Long Haochen's body and poured into her mother's body. That warm aura gradually calmed down Bai Yu's agitated mood. Releasing her son's hand, she seriously looked at Long Haochen. Long Haochen, you've lost weight. You've lost a lot of weight, but you're also full of vigor. My son is the most handsome. Long Haochen smiled faintly, trying hard not to let his tears fall. It has always been like this. Mom, this time I won't continue my seclusion. I'll stay in our dragon-resisting mountain pass to accompany you, okay? Okay, but Bai couldn't help but burst into tears again. But can you really stay by my side? Long Haochen was silent. He had to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, to fight for humanity. It was impossible for him to always stay by Bai Yu's side to accompany his mother. However, in order to reunite more mothers in the Temple League with their sons, as a guardian knight, as the son of light, as a god's chosen one, he had to bear more and more responsibilities. The door opened, and the snow-white-haired Yang Haohen walked in from the outside. Looking at the mother and son, he didn't say anything. Previously, he had heard the conversation between Long Haochen and his mother from outside the door. He really didn't have the heart to disturb their warmth at this moment. Grandfather Yang. Long Haochen stood up and was about to bow to Yang Haohen. Yang Haohen waved his big sleeve, and a gentle force supported him, not letting him bow. Good boy. You've finally finished your cultivation. We were really anxious. You've been in seclusion for 1.5 years. Don't worry about other things. Just accompany your mother. I'll give you 10 days off. Thank you. Long Haochen didn't decline. 10 days wasn't considered a long time, but it might be the only time he could spend with his mother for a long time in the future. Therefore, he didn't decline. Mother, where's the kitchen? I'll go cook for you. Oh, right, didn't you ask me about Kaya last time? Let me tell you, okay? Kai is really beautiful. I'll definitely marry her in the future as your daughter-in-law. Bai Yu finally smiled through her tears. You little thing. You're not even 20 yet, but you're already thinking about getting married. But it's fine, bring Kai over for me to see. Long Haochen subconsciously looked at Yang Haohen, a questioning look in his eyes. Yang Haohen wasn't just the temple master of the Knights Templars. He was also the alliance master of the Temple League. He had an important position in the Temple League. After Long Haochen came out of seclusion, what he wanted to know the most was when he could reunite with his companions and when he could step onto the battlefield again. Yang Haohen smiled and said, We'll talk about everything in 10 days. The Alliance has made arrangements for you. You don't have to worry. Your companions are doing well. Hearing this, Long Haochen immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression relaxed a lot. Mother, I'll go cook for you. I'll make some soup for you, okay? Bai Yu smiled and said, Haochen, actually what Mother wants to drink the most is the wild vegetable soup you made when you were young. Warm days always passed quickly. For the past 10 days, Long Haochen had been accompanying his mother, cooking for her, massaging her, and chatting with her every day. He took care of his mother in every possible way. With Bai Yu's intelligence, she naturally understood that her son wouldn't have the time to accompany her after 10 days. Although her heart was full of reluctance, she still did her best to relax and enjoy these 10 days with her son. Go, Haochen, don't worry about Mother. Mother will always be waiting for you in the dragon-resisting mountain pass. You're the son of the judgment and judgment night of the Seal Long Xingwu, the son of light favored by the goddess of light. Mother can't be selfish and keep you by her side. However, you must promise Mother that no matter what, you must protect yourself. Only by protecting yourself can you better protect others. Your father has been missing for so long. Mother can't lose you again. Looking at his mother's tearful eyes, Long Haochen's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. These 10 days for him, was it not a kind of luxury? If such peaceful days could continue, how good would it be? However, he knew that this was impossible. Unless the demons were destroyed, otherwise, as the son of light, it was impossible for him to stay by his mother's side. Taking 2 steps back, Long Haochen did not dare to look at his mother's eyes again. He knelt on the ground, kowtowed to his mother 3 times, and quickly got up to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed for too long, he really wouldn't be able to leave his mother's side. Coming out of his mother's room, Long Haochen gasped for breath. Even when he was trying to break through the bottleneck of the 8th order, he didn't feel as much pain as he did now. After a full 10 minutes of calmness, he was barely able to suppress the sadness in his heart. At least he should not leave the dragon-resisting mountain pass for a period of time, and could often see his mother. This was the only way he could comfort himself. "How is your mother?" Looking at Long Haochen standing in front of him and bowing respectfully, Yang Haohen asked with a smile. Long Haochen nodded silently, but his eyes had regained their firmness. "Temple Lord, please assign tasks. Also, I want to know when can my companions and I resume the establishment of the general class Monster Hunt 64. At the same time, the smile on Yang Haohen's face disappeared, and he nodded, saying, "You should remember, when you separated, what Xing Yu said." Long Haochen said, "I remember, Sheng Yu, a great-grandfather, said, 'Only when my cultivation breaks through the 8th order, and my companions break through the 7th order, will we have the possibility of forming a new team.'" Yang Haohen nodded. "A year and a half has passed. Regardless of whether the Demon Emperor used you as an excuse to start the Holy War, the Holy War is still ongoing, and the Demon Emperor has not sent any powerhouses to search for you. Therefore, in a sense, you have already met the prerequisites to form a new team." "Really?" Long Haochen was overjoyed. His companions were all working hard to form a new team, and as the leader, his desire was stronger than anyone else's. A year and a half of meditation had made his mind more peaceful, but the desire in his heart had not diminished. "But there's still a but, don't be anxious." Yang Haohen looked at Long Haochen seriously. The joy on Long Haochen's face faded, but his excitement did not disappear, because he knew that since Yang Haohen had given him hope, it proved that it was entirely possible for the general class Monster Hunt 64 to form a new team. Yang Haohen said, "Among the younger generation, no one can surpass your strength. However, compared to the powerful demons, it is still far from enough. You should be very clear about this yourself. Therefore, you must prove to the Alliance that you have the ability to protect yourselves. Only then can you form monster hunters." Long Haochen nodded and said, "If we can form monster hunters, I hope to be able to carry out missions behind the enemy lines. After all, Haoyue has the ability to destroy the demon god pillars, and the demon god pillars are the foundation of the demons. And the demon god pillars are the foundation of the demons. As long as we can continuously destroy them, then the demons will definitely be greatly weakened. One day, when all 72 demon god pillars collapse, the demons will no longer exist. Only then can we obtain the final victory in this holy war." Yang Haohen nodded and said, "What you said, the Alliance also knows. If it's up to me, I hope to wait until all of you have broken through to the 9th order before fighting with the demons. However, I also know that you can't wait that long, and the Alliance can't wait that long either." Long Haochen was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Grandfather Yang, how is the situation in the Holy War now?" These days he had been wholeheartedly accompanying his mother, and did not inquire about the situation of the Holy War. Yang Haohen's expression was solemn and said, "The situation is very bad. For the past year and a half, we have been engaged in a meat grinder war with the demons. The demon army has been continuously participating in the war, and we have also played all our cards. In the past year and a half, at least more than half of the resources that the Alliance has accumulated for thousands of years have been consumed, although we have also eliminated a large number of the demons' forces. However, the Alliance's losses can only be described as disastrous. If this war continues, even if we can defeat the demons, the Alliance will definitely be greatly weakened. What's more, until now, the most powerful demons, the heaven-defying demon dragon clan Moon Devils and Star Demons, have yet to participate in the war. It's not an exaggeration to say that no matter where they appear on the battlefield, our strongholds will not be able to resist them." Long Haochen frowned. The holy war has been going on for a year and a half, and he could fully imagine the tragic degree of this war. Although he did not directly participate in the war, he had fought too many battles with the demons. The number of demon gods assigned by the demons to each stronghold is as high as 8. Just this strength alone is very difficult to resist. According to what Yang Haohen said, at least for now, the 6 strongholds of the Temple League have not failed. Although this is good news, one can imagine the huge price that the Temple League has to pay. Yang Haohen continued. Therefore, the Alliance really needs a group of powerhouses to infiltrate the enemy's rear and carry out missions there. Although our consumption is huge, the consumption of the demons is also not small. If they did not rely on eating the corpses of their own clansmen, they should have been unable to hold on long ago. This time the demons are also injured, but for some reason they still maintain their attacks, refusing to retreat no matter what. If this continues, we will be competing to see who collapses first. If the demons do not increase the intensity of their attacks, the Alliance will be able to hold on for a year and a half at most. Long Haochen said in a low voice, "Let us go." No battle behind the enemy's rear can be as effective as the destruction of the demon god pillars. As long as we can destroy a few of the demon god pillars behind the enemy's rear, the demons will definitely be greatly affected. The Alliance's recovery ability is stronger than the demons, as long as we have some buffer time to rebuild the stronghold offensive. Then even if the heaven-defying demon dragon clan Moon Devils and Star Demons join the battle, we may not be afraid. Yang Haohen said, "What you said makes sense. However, with your current strength, can you fight against the demon gods?" Snake demon god and Amari's demon god pillars were destroyed. The demons will definitely guard the demon god pillars more tightly. How can you ensure that you can destroy the demon god pillars under your own safety? After all, Andamari is only the weakest of the 72 demon god pillars, and you still manage to receive the power of the Forest Boa King. After a year and a half, do you have the strength to fight against other demon gods? Long Haochen took a deep breath. "I have confidence." Yang Haohen shook his head and said, "This is not a matter of confidence, but strength. Therefore, as the leader of the monster hunters, you must prove to the Alliance that you have the strength to bring your companions into the interior of the demons to complete the mission." Long Haochen frowned slightly and said, "Then how does the Alliance want me to prove it?" Yang Haohen said, "It's very simple. Since you are a demon hunter, then according to the rules of the demon hunters. Later, I will record the number of merit points on your merit token. You must obtain 10 million merit points completely through killing on the battlefield. Then the Alliance will allow you to reorganize the team." "What, 10 million merit points?" Long Haochen was shocked. "That's way too difficult, right?" What did 10 million merit points mean? It meant that he had to kill 10 of the top 36 demon gods, or kill 100 million dual-bladed demons to obtain it. Completely relying on killing to obtain 10 million merit points was not something that could be explained by the word difficult. "Why? Are you discouraged?" Yang Haohen smiled slightly. Long Haochen shook his head and said, "No, I'm not discouraged, but it will take too long. I'm afraid the Alliance can't wait." Yang Haohen said, Therefore, you must work even harder. Moreover, you must do it under the condition that you do not expose your identity. In other words, your demon beast companions must not appear on the battlefield. I will arrange for you to ascend the Sacred Night Mountain again and choose a mount from there. Then you must pass the Mithril Foundation Night test to qualify for the battlefield. The 10 million merit points that follow will depend on your own hard work. A bitter smile appeared on Long Houchen's face. 10 million merit points was too much. Simply put, he would have to kill an elite demons of the level of the Emperor's Legion to collect it. Yang Haohen did not urge Long Houchen to make a decision. He only looked at him with a smile. This decision was made after he had discussed it with the higher-ups of the Temple League. Long Houchen had been in seclusion for so long, he could be sure that this child's cultivation must have increased by a considerable degree. But the more it was so, the more Yang Haohen could not let Long Houchen take the risk of entering the depths of the demons. For the Knights Templars, Long Houchen was too important. As long as he could continue to grow, it could be foreseen that he would become a legend of the Temple League in the future. He could even lead the Temple League to counterattack the demons. The proposal of 10 million merit points was a decision that Yang Haohen made after careful consideration. He understood that if he directly rejected the idea of Long Houchen and his companions to return to the battlefield, it would be a huge blow to them, and they might even give up on themselves. This was also what the Alliance did not want to see. And Yang Haohen had a good understanding of Long Houchen. He knew that this young man was extremely resilient. The 10 million merit points mission was actually to let him stay in the Knights Templars, in the dragon-resisting mountain pass. According to Yang Haohen's calculations, it would probably take 5 to 10 years to collect 10 million merit points. By that time, Long Houchen's cultivation should be able to break through to the 9th Order. There was also no need to restrain him. Moreover, leaving Long Houchen to fight in the dragon-resisting mountain pass would also allow him to better integrate into the Night Knights, cultivate his commanding talent, strengthen his influence in the Knights Templars, and make preparations for him to take over as the Temple Lord of the Knights Templars in the future. Therefore, this 10 million merit point mission could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and it was also the best solution that Yang Haohen could come up with. His reason was dignified, and he was not afraid that Long Houchen would not agree. As for saying that the Temple League could only last for 1 to 1.5 years under the attack of the demons, this was not false. But the problem was, could the demons still maintain their attack for such a long time? At least in the last 6 months, the demons no longer attacked every day and would only attack once every 10 days or half a month. Most of the time, they were recuperating and searching for food. With the same amount of recuperation, the Temple League's recovery speed would not be slower than the demons. Therefore, Yang Haohen had long known that there would not be a winner in this holy war, but at the same time, there would not be a result. At least the demons would not be able to defeat the Temple League this time. The demons had 3 strong races that did not participate in the war, and the humans also had their own trump card. Although Yang Haohen was not willing to use this trump card, no matter what, if it was really a matter of life and death, then everything else could not be considered. The survival of the humans was the most important thing. Okay, I promise you. Long Houchen finally said the words that Yang Haohen most wanted to hear. 10 million merit points wasn't completely impossible to accomplish. Long Houchen had just carefully calculated the corresponding merit points for each race of the demons. He believed that with his own efforts, it was still possible to achieve it. Just when Yang Haohen showed a smile on his face, Long Houchen's next word shocked him. Grandfather Yang, but I do not need you to arrange for me to take the Mithril Foundation Knight's test. I want to directly take the knight on a golden pedestal test, and I hope to inherit one of the few fine gold foundation armors that can reach the epic rank. Ah, Yang Haohen was really shocked. Houchen, don't tell me you have already. This time it was Long Houchen's turn to show a smile on his face. He nodded his head vigorously. Yes, I have completed the breakthrough. so please allow me. Yang Haohen only felt that his breathing was a little rushed. He really succeeded. He actually succeeded. Although he had gone through a year and a half of closed-door training, the current him should be less than 20 years old. An 8th Order Holy Knight who was less than 20 years old. With great difficulty, Yang Haohen suppressed his surging emotions and said sternly, "Haochen, even if you have already broken through, you should not bite off more than you can chew. You should know that there are only 36 knight on a golden pedestal in the entire temple. There are indeed a few empty fine gold foundation armors. But if you want to obtain the fine gold foundation armors, you must defeat a knight on a golden pedestal of the same level. They are all close to the 9th Order, and in the test, although they will not wear the fine gold foundation armors, they will definitely go all out. Are you sure you want to challenge a knight on a golden pedestal?" Long Haochen took a deep breath, then looked at Yang Haohen very seriously and said, "I am sure." Chapter 171. Looking at Long Haochen's determined gaze, Yang Haohen nodded slowly and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it. However, you have to remember one thing. If you don't pass the assessment this time, then you won't be able to choose a lower-level assessment in the future. You can only stay in the temple and continue training until you pass the assessment and obtain the epic-level adamantine foundation armor. Only then can you start your 10 million merit point mission." Long Haochen was stunned. He had a feeling that he had fallen into a trap. However, how could he back out now that it had come to this? That would destroy his fighting spirit. Yes. Yang Haohen laughed in his heart. "Brat, I'll let you be cocky for now. Someone will take care of you later." His goal was simple. He wanted to keep Long Haochen in Knights Templars as much as possible so that he wouldn't be able to form another team to complete the mission with the demons. The process of creating difficulty was also the process of increasing Long Haochen's strength. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Yang Haohen called for a knight and brought Long Haochen to a trial field within the Basilica of the Knights. This trial field was much smaller than the Sanctuary Alliance's trial field. It was built underground. It was also a circular field with a diameter of only 50 meters. However, Long Haochen didn't underestimate this trial field at all. This was because there was a strong spiritual power fluctuation at the top, bottom, and surroundings of the trial field. In terms of sturdiness, the Sanctuary Alliance's trial field couldn't compare to this place. After Long Haochen was caught here, the knight left. He was the only one left in the entire trial field. After putting on the radiant holy armor, Long Haochen sat down at the side of the trial field. He focused on his body and adjusted his breathing and the spiritual power fluctuation in his body. A soft, golden haze appeared and disappeared on the surface of his body, making the golden radiant holy armor even more dazzling. Under his crystal-clear skin, there seemed to be a halo circulating. As he sat there, he immediately felt like he had blended into his surroundings. If one didn't use their eyes to look, it would be difficult to even sense his existence. His long eyelashes rested on his eyelids, and his handsome face was extremely quiet. Long Haochen waited for nearly an hour, but he didn't move at all as he sat there cross-legged, nor did he feel the slightest bit anxious. The door opened and a tall knight walked in. The knight was wearing an ordinary full-body armor and a helmet that covered his face. He held a heavy tower shield in his left hand and a 2-meter-long warhammer in his right. There were many reflective surfaces on the head of the hammer, and they glowed with golden light. Regardless of whether it was the shield or the weapon, they were all splendid great equipment. The moment the tall knight stepped into the training field, Long Haochen suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the tall knight couldn't help but listen. He was secretly shocked. This was because when he walked into the training grounds, he did not sense any aura that belonged to Long Haochen at all. However, in the instant that Long Haochen opened his eyes, he felt as if a sharp blade had been unsheathed. Floating up, Long Haochen crossed his right fist in front of his chest and said respectfully to the knight opposite him, Greetings, respected knight on a golden pedestal. The tall knight's voice was sonorous and powerful, but it was also a little hoarse. Greetings. Long Houchen looked at his opponent's weapon and equipment. Senior, my equipment is slightly better than yours. Do you want exchange? The tall knight said calmly, there's no need to exchange. What you need to do is to do everything possible to defeat me. During the assessment, you are not allowed to use your mount. Apart from that, there are no other restrictions. I won't go easy on you. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the tall knight didn't stop at all. He suddenly took huge strides and charged towards Long Houchen. His strides were very big. Every step he took caused a loud rumble in the training field. Intense golden flames suddenly rose from his body, and a vast pressure, like a raging wave, came crashing down on them. Long Houchen's expression changed slightly. Although he already had a high expectation of the knight on a golden pedestal, he felt a huge pressure the moment the tall knight made his move. His opponent didn't seem to use any techniques. He didn't even release his spiritual wings. However, he pushed his aura to the extreme and pressed towards Long Houchen with a crushing force. He could have been faster, but he deliberately maintained a certain rhythm in order to push his aura to the peak. Of course, Long Houchen couldn't allow his opponent to push his aura to the peak. His powerful senses told him that if he allowed his opponent to fully unleash his aura, he definitely wouldn't be able to block his attack. Long Houchen tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot. Similarly, golden flames suddenly rose from his body. However, unlike the tall knight, the golden flames that erupted from Long Houchen's body shot out behind him. It was as if a golden bolt of lightning had suddenly appeared in the training field. It charged forward in the shortest and most direct manner. Light speed flash, the rank 7 punishment knight's secret technique. It was a powerful skill that instantly increased one's speed and aura to the extreme. This skill was extremely difficult to control. Even some rank 8 punishment knights might not be able to master it. However, Long Houchen didn't seem to have any preparation or accumulation process. He directly used this skill. The sharpness of this golden bolt of lightning turned into a golden ray of light. The moment Long Houchen's body charged out, he was already parallel to the ground, becoming one with his sword. However, the strange thing was that in this state of becoming one with his sword, apart from the intense flames that erupted from his back, there wasn't a single trace of sword intent emitted from his body. The tall knight who was charging forward suddenly stopped the moment Long Houchen took a step forward, as if he had a premonition of danger. A huge tower shield blocked in front of him. Ding! A melodious and crisp sound rang out almost instantly. Although the light speed flash couldn't truly reach the speed of light, it was the strongest speed that Long Houchen could achieve at the moment. It was almost comparable to teleportation. The collision was so quick and direct. Amidst the melodious and crisp sound, an incomparably sharp sword intent erupted. It actually tore apart the powerful aura that the tall knight had emitted. Long Houchen's attack seemed to be without any preparation. But in fact, when the attack erupted, he had already condensed all the spiritual power in his body into one point. What was more frightening was that he had restrained all his sword intent on the aria of the Goddess of Light. Its power was far greater than his strongest attack before he went into seclusion. However, the strength that the tall knight displayed shocked Long Houchen even more. Just as the aria of the Goddess of Light broke through the surface of the tower shield, a golden light spot suddenly appeared on the surface of the tower shield. The golden light was even more dazzling than the spot on the tip of Long Houchen's sword. Amidst the ear-piercing buzzing sound, Long Houchen felt as if he had stabbed a mountain instead of a shield. What was even more frightening was that such a strong collision didn't produce any rebound effect. It was as if Long Houchen's aria of the Goddess of Light was glued to the tower shield. This was the Lingang, the powerful ability unique to a rank 8 powerhouse, the Lingang. Demon strength was more often manifested in their bodies, but in the use of spiritual power, demons of the same rank were certainly inferior to humans. This ability of the Lingang was a powerful amplification skill exclusive to the Temple League's 3 Great Temple in close combat, and it was also one of the representative abilities of a human rank 8 powerhouse. After the spiritual power broke through 30,000, a 4th spiritual aperture was needed to break through to rank 8 and continue to move forward. Almost every rank 8 powerhouse had a different location for the 4th spiritual aperture, and everyone had their own cultivation characteristics. For example, the 4th spiritual aperture that Long Haochen had established was on his right shoulder. When the spiritual power broke through 30,000, the liquid spiritual power in the body of a rank 8 powerhouse had reached an extremely terrifying level. Despite the spiritual aperture's convergence, when the spiritual power condensed to a certain extent, it would produce a solidifying effect. The Lingang was a powerful force produced by the instantaneous explosion of the solidified spiritual power. Even a rank 8 powerhouse would consume a lot of energy to use the powerful skill of the Lingang, and at the same time it couldn't leave the body. In other words, the Lingang could only be used close to the body. Long Haochen had officially broken through to rank 8, but he was still a rookie rank 8 after all. He had some understanding of the Lingang, but he wasn't proficient in using it yet. This required his spiritual power to continue to increase, so that the power of the Lingang could really be exerted. When his cultivation broke through to rank 9, he could release the Lingang. Back then, when Long Haochen and his father were still in Odin Town, Long Xingwu used his powerful strength to instantly destroy a large number of demons, and he used the Lingang to instantly kill a large number of demons. Of course, he greatly enhanced the power of the Lingang through his own Throne of God. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve that level. This was the first time that Long Haochen faced the Lingang, because although he had faced against rank 8 powerhouses before, those were all rank 8 demons. And this was the first time that he challenged a human rank 8 powerhouse. Only when he had experienced it could he fully understand the horror of the Lingang. Moreover, what shocked Long Haochen was that this tall knight's control of the Lingang had reached the acme of perfection. He used the light speed flash and the body and sword as one. Together with the aria of the Goddess of Light, the power was so strong that if it was another rank 8 knight here, the simple Lingang wouldn't be able to resist it. However, this tall knight was able to predict his attack and condense the Lingang at one point, blocking the attack of the aria of the Goddess of Light. Even the tip of Long Haochen's sword did not actually pierce the tower shield. The stagnation only appeared for a moment, and the next moment the explosion of the Lingang was transmitted from the tower shield like a landslide and a tsunami. The recoil of the shield was a very simple and unadorned skill, but when combined with the Lingang, its power was not so easy to resist. Long Haochen only felt that the mountain that he had stabbed seemed to have suddenly collapsed. A bright golden light flashed, and the terrifying pressure immediately sent his body flying. However, Long Haochen's sword was not completely useless. At the very least, he tore apart his opponent's aura, completely destroying the tall knight's method of raising his aura to the peak. In this attack, it could be said that no one gained the upper hand. The golden light spread behind Long Haochen's back, and as his body flew backward, for spiritual wings had already broken out of his back. The 2 spiritual wings on the left flapped suddenly, and his body made a horizontal roll in the air. Just as his body flipped to the side, the giant hammer had already swept past his previous position. It didn't smash into the ground, but just the bombardment in the air caused a thunderous explosion. The edge of the explosion even impacted Long Haochen's body, accelerating his body's horizontal roll. So powerful, Long Haochen's heart was filled with shock. He was very confident in his own abilities, but only now did he know that the knight on a golden pedestal was actually so powerful. However, of course, he would not be discouraged. After flipping to the side, his body immediately made a backward movement. His body froze in midair and made a backward somersault. It could be said that he had forcibly changed the direction of his movement in midair. The giant hammer swept horizontally and once again missed. At this moment, the tall knight actually felt that he could not capture the trajectory of Long Houchen's movements, let alone lock onto him. However, the tall knight was indeed powerful. When the hammer missed again, a circle of distorted ripples suddenly spread from his giant hammer. This kind of area of effect attack was something that Long Houchen could not avoid. This was the elemental annihilation halo. Long Houchen had seen this skill once before. Within the range of the elemental annihilation halo, all the elements would disappear instantly, even in a place where the light element was very rich. The halo happened to trap Long Houchen in it, but it would not affect the tall knight. The instant the surrounding light element disappeared, Long Houchen's body could not help but freeze for a moment, and it was in this moment that the giant hammer had already swept up. There was no chain behind this giant hammer, and it was completely controlled by the void of spiritual power. The strength of this spiritual power was probably at least at the level of the peak of the 8th rank. Long Houchen had always been strong in the face of strong opponents. The greater the pressure, the greater his potential would be. In such a disadvantageous situation, he did not panic at all. He clasped the aria of the goddess of light with both hands, and the 4 wings behind him spread out. A monstrous sword intent burst out in an instant. Shurachop! At the moment when Long Houchen's sword intent burst out, a layer of strange white light spread from his body, and a strange scene appeared. The expanding and distorted elemental annihilation halo was forcibly pulled back by the layer of white light emitted from his body, and the effect of the elemental annihilation halo was completely lost. In the next moment, Long Houchen's aria of the goddess of light had already struck the warhammer. An ear-piercing clang echoed throughout the trial field, and the huge recoil caused Long Houchen's body to fall back. At the same time, the 4 wings on his back flapped, and he quickly opened up the distance between himself and his opponent. He was very clear that even if the tall knight could control the warhammer in the void, the range of control must be limited. The further the distance, the weaker the control. Sure enough, the warhammer flew back into the hands of the tall knight. He did not pursue Long Houchen, but instead said with admiration, "Not bad," instantaneously casting a level 7 elemental summon to break my elemental annihilation halo. "No wonder you dare to challenge the knight on a golden pedestal. You really do have some foundation." Long Houchen did not speak, and his eyes focused on the tall knight. One could see that the rising golden flames around his body had completely turned white with the previous elemental summon. The blazing white flames rose, and the pure and terrifying light elements were frantically gathering where he was. Behind him, the virtual image of the goddess of light had already floated out faintly. Although the tall knight's spiritual power was far above Long Houchen's, at this time the speed at which he absorbed the light elements was not as fast as Long Houchen. This was the advantage of being a god's chosen. In terms of light element affinity, no one in this world could compare with Long Houchen, unless there was another starlight beast. Long Houchen did not move, and let the white flames around his body continue to rise. He raised his left hand slightly, and another light lit up in his palm. It was a combination of gold and blue light, and when this light appeared, a golden figure appeared at the same time. It was Yuting. Yuting was Long Houchen's synthetic spiritual stove, so it was naturally a part of his strength. The second sword that appeared in his hand was naturally Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light. Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light gave off an even more illusory feeling, and there was a faint burst of a dragon's roar. It was as if Long Houchen was not holding a sword in his hand, but the souls of 2 giant dragons. With both swords on each side, Long Houchen had already entered a strange state. His eyes were focused but calm, and everything around him seemed to no longer exist. The only thing in his eyes was the tall knight. The tall knight did not speak anymore, and his aura became solemn. Clearly, he could feel the explosive increase in Long Houchen's strength. The faint threat and the powerful but contained sword intent made him have no choice but to deal with it carefully. Yuting chanted a spell clearly, and she raised her staff high. A strange golden light fell on Long Houchen's body first. This was not illuminate the heavens and earth, but a connection. It was a complete connection with Long Houchen's body. Long Houchen's spiritual wings retracted slightly, and his upper body slowly leaned forward. The white flames around his body suddenly turned into a mist and rose. Accumulate power. The tall knight took another step forward. This time, his steps were clearly much more hurried, but the distance between each step was reduced. However, with each step, the degree of increase in his aura increased. A reddish-gold light mist rose from his body at the same time, and with each step, the light mist became stronger. This was accumulating power while moving. This was the first time that Long Houchen had seen such accumulating power for Long Houchen. Although he did not know how this tall knight did it, he was sure that this method of accumulating power was even greater than his own accumulation of power. Initially, he wanted to attract the other party to attack, but now he had no choice but to make the first move. The light speed flash appeared again, and Long Houchen's entire body was instantly in the air. This time he did not directly charge at the other party, and his body flew diagonally upwards. A golden light flashed, and with a lightning-like brilliance, he had already reached the top of the training grounds. Immediately after, the golden light flashed again, and it was as if a golden light had completed a zigzag in the air. It descended in an instant. A sharp sword intent mixed with a monstrous dragon's roar descended from the sky. The current Long Houchen gave the tall knight the feeling of a layer of rain and mist, and within this rain and mist, there was also a bolt of lightning. The rain and mist were the blue rain and the hibiscus of light, and the lightning was naturally the aria of the goddess of light. The all-pervasive attack, the instantaneous destruction of the sword intent. Both of Long Houchen's swords lit up with an abnormal, dazzling light. The Lingang was also the Lingang. It was giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Although Long Houchen could not control the Lingang as well as the tall knight could, he could still use the Lingang on a pair of swords. Ding, chi, 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 chi. A series of strange sounds rang out in the training grounds. The tall knight raised the tower shield in his hands again, and a layer of reddish gold appeared on the entire shield. This reddish gold was not simply an attachment of spiritual power, but flowing on the surface of the shield like a liquid. And this liquid rippled under Long Houchen's attack. The terrifying sword intent caused the air in the center of their clash to be torn apart. Countless fine black cracks could be seen appearing in the void. The extremely strong explosive force caused the spiritual power to produce a crazy explosion, so that the whole training ground trembled. However, no matter how strong Long Houchen's attack was, or how sharp the sword intent was, in the face of that thick tower shield, he could not move a step forward. He did not even know what skills the tall knight had used, because the opponent's skills were completely released inside the shield, and they were not shown at all. Bang! All the attacks seemed to converge in the end, and an extremely fierce roar broke out. Long Houchen's body was bounced off again, and this time the pressure he was under was obviously greater than before. The brilliant holy armor on his body let out a series of groans, and under the huge impact of the spiritual power, there were signs of it collapsing. Therefore, there was a saying in the Alliance that only weapons above the legendary level were suitable for a powerhouse of the 8th rank. Otherwise, the rate of damage to the weapon would be too high. Would the tall knight be able to block it so easily? From the tower shield, it could be seen that this time he could not completely rely on defense to resolve all of Long Houchen's attack skills. There were at least a dozen crisscrossed sword marks on the thick shield. Although each cut was not deep, it was enough to prove that his Lingang could no longer completely protect the shield. Not only that, when Long Houchen attacked, the tall knight could not even use the heavy hammer in his other hand. He had to use all his strength to defend in order to block all of Long Houchen's attacks. Long Houchen was even more shocked. He had just used the power of the goddess of light. Every stab of the sword was a perfect combination of light elements and his own sword intent. He asked himself that, in terms of sword intent alone, he should not be much worse than the sword god of light, Yi Wuxiang. It was just that his cultivation was not as good. As a god favored, his application of light elements was not something that Yi Wuxiang could compare with. However, in the end, he could not break through the tall knight's defense. Moreover, Long Houchen had a feeling that until now, the tall knight had not used his full strength. The two all-out attacks made Long Houchen slightly gasp for breath, but he was not discouraged. After taking a deep breath, he slowly raised the two swords in his hands from both sides of his body, and the light in his eyes became gentler. At this moment, a ray of light like the sun shone from his back. This ray of light was so strong that the entire trial field was filled with a radiance that no one dared to look directly at. This sun-like light surged into Long Houchen's body, causing his aura to continue to rise. In almost the time of a few breaths, the white flames around Long Houchen's body became sticky and attached to his body, causing the brilliant holy armor to turn white. This is God's arrival? The tall knight cried out involuntarily, and there was a hint of age in his voice that was not there before. He clearly saw that the shadow that appeared behind Long Houchen became solid, as if there was really a woman standing behind him, and the six-winged elf had disappeared at this moment. The colors of the two heavy swords in Long Houchen's hands began to change. With a soft hum, a layer of faint golden light on the aria of the goddess of light in his right hand quietly shattered, and an even more dazzling golden color burst forth. In this dazzling light, there was also a striking orange color. On the other side, the blue rain and the hibiscus of light shone with a completely different luster. The original blue and yellow colors were all converged, and an emerald green that was full of life burst forth from the inside out. That's right, it was emerald green. That bright and glistening emerald green was like a new tender sprout, instantly engulfing the heavy swords. The emerald green that was full of life formed a stark contrast with the proud, bright, and holy orange-red gold. Meanwhile, Long Houchen himself closed his eyes, and his long golden hair turned white with a holy aura. Even this powerful tall knight had only heard of God's arrival. God's arrival itself was a forbidden spell, an incomparably powerful forbidden spell that truly borrowed the power of a god to strengthen oneself. The tall knight could not even be sure if this god's arrival was released by Long Houchen's light elemental elf or by himself. However, there was no doubt that he had unleashed this powerful ability at this moment. A series of ear-piercing clangs rang out, and one could see that the radiant sacred armor on Long Houchen's body had begun to crack. This piece of radiant sacred equipment could no longer withstand the powerful spiritual power that Long Houchen emitted, and actually began to collapse on its own. And at this moment, the strength that Long Houchen displayed was already close to the edge of the 9th rank. What was even more terrifying was that the tall knight could clearly recognize that under the effect of God's arrival, the two swords in his hands had been forced to use their most fundamental power. The aria of the goddess of light bloomed with an epic brilliance. The orange-red color was exclusive to the epic level. The blue rain and the hibiscus of light were also epic, but they were mutated epic produced by the dual attributes. It could be said that these two weapons were priceless treasures, and even in the hands of the 8th rank knight, they might not be able to release their full brilliance. But at this moment, Long Houchen seemed to have complete control over them. The terrifying and substantial sword intent seemed to want to tear the entire trial field apart. This sword intent was no longer emitted from the swords, but from Long Houchen's body. There was no doubt that Long Houchen had now entered the strongest state he could reach, and he had no choice but to do so. After a series of tests, Long Houchen had fully sensed that the tall knight in front of him was far more powerful than himself. If the battle continued, even with Yiting's support, he would definitely consume far more spiritual power than his opponent. Moreover, his opponent had not exerted his full strength yet. Hence, if Long Haochen wanted to win this duel, there was only one way, and that was to stake everything on one throw and use his most powerful strength to fight for this victory. He could not lose, because it meant that the reunion with his partners would be far away. In any case, he had to give it his all. It could be said that when the two heavy swords in his hands bloomed with epic brilliance, Long Haochen had already released all the power he had accumulated in the past year and a half. Long Haochen knew that the aria of the Goddess of Light was an epic grade weapon. This sword had its seal on it, and as long as the seal was undone, its true sharpness would be revealed. Besides, even with Long Haochen's current strength, he could not fully activate its power. On the other hand, Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light gave Long Haochen a pleasant surprise. He did not expect that after continuous nourishment, this dual attribute heavy sword had actually evolved to such an extent. With the help of God's descent, it could actually emit an epic aura. One was full of majesty, and the other was full of vitality. For a punishment knight, these two different epic heavy swords were already supreme power. As for God's descent, it was indeed not a skill of Long Haochen or Yiting. Instead, it was a fusion skill, or rather, a skill produced by the evolution of the spiritual stove. After continuous evolution and fusion, Yiting's strength was increasing, and her essence was also constantly changing. In addition, Long Haochen had the constitution of a blessed. After a year of deep meditation, the compatibility between them had reached perfection. Thus, they could truly activate God's descent. Of course, with their current strength, God's descent could only be used once. However, there was no doubt that this attack had already reached the level of a rank 9 attack. The tall knight swung his right hand and threw the tower shield to the side. A strong orange light shone on his right hand, and what replaced the tower shield was actually a small shield that was only a foot in diameter. Obviously, facing Long Haochen in such a state, he could no longer hide his strength. What appeared in his hand was impressively an epic shield. Bow. Focus. The tall knight made such a simple action. However, the reddish-gold flames on his body actually changed color again. A strange blue-gold color burst out of his body. The blue-gold color and the orange shield mixed together, and a light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. The light screen's range was not very large, and it only protected the tall knight. After releasing the light screen, the tall knight seemed to have turned into a statue, and all of his aura completely fused with the light screen. Long Haochen moved. The power that the God's Descent spell gave him was great, but the burden was equally great. The milky white figure did not transform into light speed flash, because he no longer had the ability to make more skills to enhance himself. A pair of magnificent heavy swords interweaved in the air, forming the simplest yet most powerful attack. Emerald green and red gold formed a strange cross in the air, and flew straight towards the light screen that was a mixture of blue gold and orange. In that instant, Long Haochen could not even suppress his own sword intent. The entire hall trembled violently under this terrifying aura. One could see that the ceiling, the walls, and the floor were all starting to crack rapidly. The defensive spirit designs were collapsing one by one. This was only the effect of the aura. Poof! A somewhat strange sound was heard on the light screen, and the attack and defense that were completely condensed by spiritual power actually froze at that moment. Long Haochen's pupils contracted to the size of a needle. The moment the attack and defense collided, he had already determined that the tall knight's strength was not of the 8th rank, but of the 9th rank. This was because the light screen was not only made with the help of the epic level equipment, but it was also formed by the Ling Gang. The knight on a golden pedestal was actually of the 9th rank. Long Haochen finally understood that he had been overconfident. Yes, there was no lack of 8th rank knight among the mithril base knight. So why couldn't there be a 9th rank knight among the knight on a golden pedestal? After all, not every ninth-rank knight could be recognized by the throne of God. He had lost. Long Houchen knew that he had lost. The stronger his cultivation was, the more he could feel the gap between the 8th rank and the 9th rank. If the opponent was a 9th rank demons, he might have a chance to fight with the opponent until both of them were injured. However, the opponent was a 9th rank guardian knight with an epic level shield. This level of defense was not something he could break. Even if he had 2 epic level equipment, it was the same. Clang, clang. With 2 heavy explosions, the walls around the entire trial field exploded twice, and a large number of fragments collapsed on the walls. What shocked Long Houchen and the tall knight was that the light screen of the Ling Gang, which was composed of blue, gold, and orange, began to collapse. Large cracks appeared on it. On the other hand, the red and green lights of the cross that Long Houchen cast were fusing together. That's right, the cross began to spin, and the 2 lights began to fuse in a strange way, starting from the center of the intersection. This was not under Long Houchen's control. Instead, it was produced by these 2 strange energies. At the center of their fusion, a black color appeared. It was a strange black that was filled with a profound aura. There was also a faint blue light in the black, as if the dawn was about to appear. Long Houchen's spiritual power was almost exhausted, but even so, he still raised his arms subconsciously. The 2 swords had already disappeared due to the lack of spiritual power. On his left arm, an orange light suddenly lit up, and the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield protected his entire body behind him. Chapter 172. At this moment, a strange layer of gold suddenly rose from the tall knight's body. Vaguely, Long Houchen felt the pressure of a mountain. A tremendous power that he could not contend with burst forth from the other's body. The appearance of this power directly caused all the surrounding spiritual energy to converge. Even the cross slash, which was in the midst of fusing, stagnated for a moment. Immediately after, Long Houchen felt a rich blue-gold color soar into the sky. Boom! The sudden loud roar caused the entire dragon resisting mountain pass to tremble. Almost everyone turned their gaze towards the direction of the roar. In the midst of the terrifying roar, a dark blue light soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. The destructive spiritual energy fluctuations caused everyone's expression to change. Immediately after, a huge blue-gold light soared into the sky, instantly shattering the dark blue light. The blue-gold light then floated in the air. A strong light attribute aura suddenly spread out. Seeing the appearance of this blue-gold light, the warriors of the dragon resisting Mountain Pass couldn't help but burst into a tsunami of cheers. The reason for that was because the bluish golden light was actually an enormous throne. The throne itself was dozens of feet high. On the golden throne, there were countless magnificent sapphires inlaid. These sapphires were of different shades, transparent and deep. But without exception, they all emitted an aura full of order and law. A blue crescent moon was imprinted on the top of the throne's backrest. Circles of blue light were constantly spreading out, and the gentle spiritual energy fluctuations caused everyone to have a feeling of worship. Yes, this was one of the 6 great throne of God of the Knights Templars, the throne of God of order and law. Whether it was the trial field or the basilica of the knights above the trial field, at this moment it had completely turned into ruins. But strangely, there was no smoke. The broken places were smooth, as if they had been cut. The tall knight was still standing in his previous position, but the mask on his face had been shattered, revealing a hardy and resolute face. On his forehead, there was a tiny bloodstain. The wound was very small. If one did not look carefully, they would definitely not be able to see it. Moreover, it was healing at an extremely fast speed. This tall knight was none other than Long Tianin, the Knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars who possessed the order and law of the Throne of God. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on an orange-red ball in the ruins in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. With a flash of golden light, Yang Haohen appeared beside Long Tianin with a strange smile on his face. "How is it, old dragon?" Long Tianin snapped. "It's not like you didn't see it. What do you think?" Yang Haohen said, "This kid actually has 3 pieces of epic equipment on him. What else do you want me to say? Fortunately, he couldn't beat you in the end. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I won't be able to fool him." Long Tianin shook his head and said, "I'm the Knight of the Seal of the Throne of God of the Order and Law. Do you want me to cheat? We can't help him decide his path. Otherwise, it may not be a good thing for him. To be fair, he already has the qualifications to wear the epic fine gold base armor. If I didn't use the power of the Throne of God to guide the power into the sky, I'm afraid at least half of our Knights Templars would have been destroyed. But even so, his fused sword essence still broke my defense and gave me a slight wound. If it was a real knight on a golden pedestal, the final result would probably be a lose-lose situation." Yang Haohen's face changed slightly. "You mean he passed the test?" Long Tiani nodded and said, "Not him. His strength has indeed passed the test." Speaking of this, the serious Knight of the Seal revealed a smile on his face. "Old Yang, do you think that our Long family's 3 Godseal is also considered to be making history in the temple?" Yang Haohen rolled his eyes and said, "Are you deliberately provoking me? Moreover, this kid hasn't become a Knight of the Seal yet." Long Tianin laughed and said, "It's just a matter of time." Poof! The orange-red light in the distance rolled down, and at the same time, Long Haochen rolled out with his face covered in dirt. The terrifying aftermath of the collision directly embedded him in the ruins. However, the powerful defense of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield was enough to protect him from harm. However, the strong sense of exhaustion after using God's descent was extremely painful. At this moment, he couldn't use any strength at all. A soft golden pillar of light descended from the sky and landed on Long Haochen's body. Within the pillar of light, a golden angel with 6 wings slowly descended and gently embraced his body. Immediately, Long Haochen felt a warm, spiritual power cleansing his body and filling up his emptiness. Whether it was his physical fatigue or the emptiness of his spiritual power, they were all disappearing at an alarming rate. Archangel's Embrace, the Guardian Knight's rank 9 skill. It had the powerful power of healing and recovery. As long as one still had a breath left, he could be revived by this skill. Not to mention that Long Haochen was currently only exhausted. The golden blue light in the sky turned into a stream of light and descended from the sky, merging into Long Tianin's body. If Long Haochen still couldn't see the identity of this old man standing beside Yang Haohen, then he didn't deserve to be a knight. He knelt on one knee. "Long Haochen greets the Knight of the Seal." Long Tianin snapped. "Kneel on both knees and count out to me a few more times." Ah! Long Haochen was stunned. Long Tianin and Yang Haohen had already walked in front of him. Long Tianin pretended to be angry and said, "What? You're not willing? Brat, I'm your grandfather. If I didn't have the seed, would I have you? Grandfather?" Long Haochen was even more stunned. He didn't understand why his knight on a golden pedestal test had become a Knight of the Seal, one of the 3 Lords of the Knights Templars. And now, this old Knight of the Seal even told him that he was his grandfather. This made Long Haochen's mind a bit confused. Long Tianin's eyes dimmed a bit. He didn't insist on Long Haochen kowtowing anymore. Instead, he used both hands to help him up from the ground and laughed at himself. "Yes, I'm also the most irresponsible grandfather in the world." Long Haochen looked at Yang Haohen with a bit of confusion. Yang Haohen nodded and said, "Yes, he is your grandfather, Long Tianin. He is also another knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars. Your family has a rule that the younger generation must rely on their own efforts. Your father was like this, and so are you. It seems like your Long family is really going to have a 3 Godseal." Grandfather. Long Haochen felt a bit strange. looking at Long Tianin's eyes that were getting softer and softer. He didn't know why, but his nose felt sour. So he actually still had relatives. Not only his father, but also his grandfather. Grandfather, Long Houchin, took a step back and knelt on the ground again. He kowtowed 3 times to Long Tianin respectfully. Long Tianin's expression was a bit complicated. He once again helped Long Houchin up. It would be great if there were no demons. If there were no demons, I would delete this bullshit family rule. So what if my Long family's descendant is a bit of a playboy? But not now. Talent determines responsibility and obligation. Child, receiving this bow from you, grandfather's heart is very uncomfortable. I have never given you anything. As an incompetent grandfather, I won't be able to help you in the future. Long Houchin lowered his head. He didn't say anything. Blood is thicker than water. This was the reason why he kowtowed to Long Tianin. But if he said that he didn't have any resentment in his heart, how could that be possible? Before his father found him, what kind of life did he and his mother lead? How much bitterness did they talk about? Even the abilities he possessed today were all obtained by himself. How unfamiliar was the word grandfather to him. It couldn't be said to hate, but it also couldn't be said to be family. Yang Haohin pressed down on Long Tianin's shoulder and shook his head. All right, don't say so much. Long Houchin, your grandfather wanted to personally test your strength. That's why he became your test subject. After we discussed it, we decided to agree to let you pass this test. Long Houchin was stunned. He raised his head and said, but I lost. Yang Haohin smiled slightly and said, is it shameful to lose to a Knight of the Seal? Everything you've shown us is enough to shock us. From now on, you are a knight on a golden pedestal. After you go to the Holy Knight Mountain to find a new mount, you can start your mission of 10 million merit points. Yes. Long Houchin's spirit was lifted. He straightened his chest and accepted the order. Yang Haohin said seriously, however, I want to make 3 rules with you. You have fought against the demons many times. There should be many strong demons who are familiar with you. Some of your abilities are well known by the demons. Therefore, you must hide your abilities as much as possible. First of all, you can't use your dual swords easily. You also can't use your spiritual stove. These are too obvious. At the same time, you must always wear armor on the battlefield and cover your face. When using skills, avoid using skills that the enemy is familiar with. Understand? Long Houchin nodded seriously. Yang Haohin said, you should know that if your identity is exposed, then it is very likely to attract the Demon Emperor, Moon Demon, and Star Demon. When that time comes, it will be the destruction of our Knights Templars. If you still want to be reunited with your companions, then you must be careful. Yes. Long Houchin's heart trembled. Yang Haohin said, all right, go back and rest. From now on, you are the 12th knight on a golden pedestal. In our Knights Templars, there are only 12 sets of epic fine gold base armor. Come find me tomorrow morning to collect your armor. After that, I will arrange for you to go to the Holy Knight Mountain. Go. Long Houchin looked around at the dilapidated surroundings. Yang Haohin said helplessly, I will order someone to clean it up. Goodbye, grandfather Yang, goodbye. Goodbye, grandfather. Long Houchin gave the Knight of the Seal a knight's salute and turned to leave. Seeing his somewhat unsteady footsteps, Long Tianin slowly closed his eyes. His breathing was obviously not even. Old friend, you have to give him some time. It's not easy for him to accept it so calmly. Yang Haohin said with some emotion. Long Tianin sighed and said, you don't understand. He is the same as his father. The more he doesn't say it, the more he cares. This grandson is not easy to recognize. Long Houchin returned to his room and immediately entered a meditative state. After knowing that his grandfather was still alive, the negative emotions in his heart far outnumbered the positive ones. Also, after meditating for a year and a half, he realized the importance of keeping his heart pure. Hence, he needed to train and undergo the baptism of the light elements to regain his composure. Very quickly, he was immersed in the sea of light elements, at the same time digesting the experience and inadequacies from the previous battle. This was the first time he faced a powerful Type 9 powerhouse. Even though Long Tianyin did not use his full strength, but this battle had a huge impact on Long Haochen. 5 balls of light gradually lit up on Long Haochen's body, his forehead, chest, abdomen, and shoulders. In the process of learning the night skills, he finally broke through the barrier of Type 7. From Type 7 to Type 8, he needed to continuously break through his spiritual energy. Every additional spiritual aperture meant that he would have an additional 10,000 spiritual energy points. But how could increasing spiritual apertures be so simple? The opening of every spiritual aperture required fortuitous encounters and comprehension. It required more understanding of the body and a certain degree of luck. Hence, the process of advancing from Type 8 to Type 9 could be said to be a process of breaking through bottlenecks. This was also why there were far more Rank 8 powerhouses than Rank 9. 9 was the extreme number, and after cultivating to 9 spiritual apertures, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through to 10 spiritual apertures. This difficulty was also the most difficult part of breaking through from Type 8 to Type 9. Hence, for many peak Rank 8 powerhouses, the spiritual energy limit for the night was 90,000, and not the 100,000 required to advance from Type 8 to Type 9. As long as his internal spiritual energy could break through 90,000, he would have the 10th spiritual aperture, which meant that breaking through to Type 9 was a must. Long Haochen relied on his strong perception and finally completed the breakthrough, and produced 2 spiritual apertures at once. His training speed was much faster than before. Furthermore, he vaguely found some of the mysteries of the spiritual aperture breakthrough. In fact, his enlightenment was even more profound. The clarity of his heart allowed him to completely immerse himself in the feeling of the light element and his body during deep meditation. He realized that as the spiritual apertures increased, these spiritual apertures were like the fulcrum of the human body. The chest, forehead, and abdomen. These 3 fulcrum were the core, and were the 3 positions that every human powerhouse had to construct during the process of training. Although the spiritual apertures that were to be constructed could be any place where the blood meridians converged, but after breaking through from Rank 7 to Rank 8, the location of these spiritual apertures would greatly affect the subsequent training. Only by constructing the fulcrum at the most important location, and then developing in detail, could more spiritual apertures be constructed and not walk into a dead end. Understanding the concept of fulcrum paved the way for Long Haochen's future training. Since it was to construct the fulcrum, the spiritual aperture between the eyebrows represented the head, and the spiritual apertures on the chest and abdomen represented the torso. Hence, the next most important thing was naturally the fulcrum of the limbs. The human body was made up of the head, torso, and 4 limbs. Hence, Long Haochen chose to construct new spiritual apertures on his shoulders without hesitation, and in the end he succeeded. Reality proved that he was right. After the spiritual apertures were constructed on his shoulders, the 5 spiritual apertures responded to each other. At the same time, because of the spiritual apertures on his shoulders, the process of activating spiritual energy became smoother, and he was able to instantaneously cast more skills. The benefits of the blessed physique were also becoming more and more apparent. For example, the extremely practical skill Light Speed Flash for the other Rank 8 Knight had to be charged up before it could be used, but he could rely on his own affinity with the light element to instantly cast it. This was the difference. It was also this difference that made him dare to challenge the knight on a golden pedestal. At this moment, what Long Haochen was comprehending was not spiritual apertures, but the strange changes that happened at the last moment of the battle with his grandfather, Long Tianyin. After Blue Rain, Hibiscus of Light, and Aria of the Goddess of Light, who had entered the epic stage at the same time, Use the cross/. Their powers showed signs of merging. Long Houchin did not know what that dark blue light was, but he could feel a terrifying aura full of destruction. Aria of the Goddess of Light was a pure light attribute, while Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light released the life attribute after entering the epic stage. The combination of light and life. Why would it be destruction? No, it was not destruction, definitely not. Although at that moment, the power that erupted from the dark blue light was incomparably terrifying and full of destruction, Long Houchin vaguely felt that this should be another kind of power and not destruction. However, the process of fusion was too short, and the fusion was definitely not perfect, so the things left in his memory were very limited. Long Houchin could not even be sure that if he was given the same opportunity, he would be able to display such an ability. But at the same time, he also vaguely felt that if he could grasp this ability, he might find a powerful existence that could lead to a higher level. The only thing that left a deep impression in Long Houchin's memory was that after that attack, Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light trembled, and Aria of the Goddess of Light softly chanted. In other words, in terms of quality, Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light were still inferior to Aria of the Goddess of Light and needed more evolution to complete. However, he also vaguely felt that Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light's own materials and characteristics were close to the end of their evolution. It would not be easy to make them continue to evolve. Slowly opening his eyes, Long Houchin was surprised to find that the sky outside was already dark. The dragon-resisting mountain pass was built on the mountain, and there were not many rooms that could see the outside world. Long Houchin had obviously received great preferential treatment. Yuting, Long Houchin softly called. With a flash of golden light, Yuting appeared in front of Long Houchin. Looking at her fleshy arms and thighs, Long Houchin couldn't help but feel helpless. The clothes on Yuting's body were completely self-generated. Fortunately, he had seen it many times, so he was used to it. Not to mention, in his heart, Kair had already occupied a full position. Master, Yuting softly answered. Long Houchin said, "You should have felt it in the previous battle. Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light seemed to be unable to withstand the power of the epic rank. Although it was barely able to advance to the epic rank under the effect of our god's descent, it is still lacking something. Even the Aria of the Goddess of Light seems to be lacking something. Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light can be said to have been nourished in your body, so you should feel it more clearly than me. Is there any way to make it continue to evolve?" Yuting sweetly smiled and said, "There is a way." "Huh." Long Houchin looked at her with a surprised expression. Originally, he just wanted to get some inspiration from Yuting, but he didn't expect Yuting to directly give him a positive answer. "Master, have you forgotten about the meteorite we got from the warrior temple? The reason why Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light's evolution is limited is because they are congenitally deficient. Their materials are not enough to continue to fuse with our light attribute, so they can't continue to evolve. The Aria of the Goddess of Light situation is similar to that of Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light. However, the sword essence that exists in it is something that Blue Rain and Hibiscus of Light don't have, so its quality is higher. Now, I can basically be the sword spirit of these two swords, but I can't split my attention between them, so I can only choose one. And as my strength improves and Master's cultivation increases, these two swords can't withstand the impact of me as a sword spirit anymore. That's why I didn't fuse with one of them today, because I don't want to damage them. I think that the structure of the meteorite is special. If these two swords can smelt it, they can greatly enhance their quality. In the future, if Master continues to use it, you can definitely promote them to evolve again. It's not impossible for them to evolve into divine weapons. Yes, the meteorite." Hearing Yuting's words, Long Houchin's eyes suddenly lit up. He had indeed long forgotten about the meteorite. It was still stored in the eternal melody. Then, how do we use the meteorite to smelt it? Find a master alchemist to help? Long Houchin asked. Ting shook her head and said, "At the current quality of these two swords, I'm afraid it's impossible to change them with human strength. In fact, smelting is very simple. All that's needed is time. These two swords have their own spirituality. If we directly insert them into the meteorite, they will naturally smelt on their own. It's just a process." Hearing her words, Long Haochen was naturally overjoyed. Originally, Yang Haohen had made a promise with him that he could not use these two swords during the process of completing the 10 million merit points. Since that was the case, he could use this time to smelt them with the meteorite. While thinking, he took out the meteorite from the eternal melody. The size of this meteorite was not small. When Long Haochen slashed out that time in the warrior's temple, he had cut off more than a third of the entire meteorite. Be it blue rain, hibiscus of light, or the aria of the goddess of light, none of them seem willing to enter the eternal melody. "I can't just leave them here, can I?" Long Haochen said. "When they absorb the meteorite, will they still care about whether they are willing or not?" Ting giggled. "That's hard to say. Besides, who said that they have to be kept in the eternal melody? Does the eternal melody have the ability to nurture?" Long Haochen's heart skipped a beat. Yes, the meteorite contains a strange metallic composition. It might be able to shield the two swords from their reluctance to enter the eternal melody. Taking a step back, even if they were still unwilling to enter, he could ask Grandfather Yang for help and temporarily store them in the treasury of the Knights Templars. Besides, no one else could use these two swords. After the meditation, his cultivation had completely recovered. With a flash of light, Ting held blue rain and hibiscus of light in front of Long Haochen. Long Haochen took the heavy sword that had evolved to become more powerful. Gentle light elements were slowly injected into it. Golden and blue light rose almost at the same time. In an instant, it had been upgraded to the state of the holy sword. With a slight buzzing sound, the ripple of light was activated. Long Haochen gradually entered the state of the heart of the sword. His sword will was restrained. Blue rain and hibiscus of light began to emit a pure, almost transparent white color. Poof! The sword pointed forward and instantly pierced all the way to the hilt. Although the meteorite was hard, it was still an object. In front of Long Haochen's powerful 8th grade spiritual power and the sharpness of blue rain and hibiscus of light, it instantly broke. Just like before, the aria of the goddess of light also pierced into the meteorite from another direction. Long Haochen held a sword hilt in each hand and silently felt the changes of the two swords. Vaguely, the two swords seemed to be a little hot, but Long Haochen could not feel anything else. "Don't worry, Master. My feeling is never wrong," Ting said as she opened her arms and made a hugging gesture. The 6 wings on her back suddenly lit up, and a soft white light floated out, enveloping the meteorite in outer space. One could vaguely see the shadow of a huge cauldron behind Ting. With a flash of light, the meteorite disappeared in the white light she released. Ting's face slightly paled. "Master, I can help you for a while. I'm going to use the Saint's spiritual stove's nurturing ability to stimulate the two swords to absorb the meteorite." As soon as her voice fell, she turned into a golden light and instantly merged into Long Haochen's body and disappeared. Early morning. Long Haochen got up early and went straight to Yang Haohen's office in the Basilica of the Knights to wait. Today he was wearing a white outfit with his long golden hair draped over his shoulders. This was already a simple attire, but Long Haochen just stood there. No matter what he wore, he had a unique temperament that only belonged to him, attracting people's attention. No matter who saw his clear eyes without the slightest impurity and felt the pure fluctuation of light elements around his body, they would unconsciously be attracted to him. Waiting so early was not because Long Haochen was anxious to obtain the golden foundation armor, but more importantly, because he was anxious to start the 10 million merit point mission as soon as possible. That was a whole 10 million merit points. who knew how many demons would become sacrifices in his hands. Moreover, this would take time. If he wanted to reunite with his companions and Kaer as soon as possible, then he must finish this mission as soon as possible. Yang Haohen didn't let Long Haochen wait too long. Although the demons' offensive had weakened a lot compared to before, as the temple master of the Knights Templars, there were many things he needed to deal with. In this holy war, the division of labor between Yang Haohen and Long Tianyin was very clear. Yang Haohen was responsible for logistics, mobilizing troops, treating the wounded, and other complicated tasks. Meanwhile, Long Tianyin was only responsible for leading the powerhouses of the Knights Templars to fight on the front lines. If Long Xingwu was here, it would be more suitable for him to do this as a punishment knight. Unfortunately, the only punishment knight among the 3 Knights of the Seal had disappeared. Naturally, someone had to take over his mission. Long Tianyin was duty-bound. After all, Yang Haohen was still the leader of the Temple League, and there were still many league matters to deal with. "You're here so early?" Yang Haohen couldn't help but smile when he saw Long Haochen waiting at the door. "Come in with me." As he spoke, he pushed the door open and entered the office. Long Haochen first bowed respectfully to Yang Haohen before following him in. Yang Haohen pointed to the sofa at the side, indicating for Long Haochen to sit down. Long Haochen shook his head and said, "Grandfather Yang, I won't be sitting. Please check my achievement points so that I can start the next mission." Yang Haohen smiled and said, "You're in a hurry. Haochen, do you blame your grandfather in your heart?" Long Haochen was stunned for a moment, but he didn't say anything. In fact, he didn't know whether he blamed his grandfather or not, but he just couldn't feel any kinship toward his grandfather. After all, the current him was different from when he met Long Xingwu. When he met his father, he was still young, not even 10 years old. It could be said that Long Xingwu appeared at the most important moment of his growth, and taught him with all his might and accompanied him for more than 2 years. Only then was the bond between father and son established. Long Tianyin, on the other hand, was a completely different situation. When Long Haochen met his grandfather, he had already gone through life and death battles with the demons for many years. He didn't know how many difficulties he had encountered, how many trials he had gone through, and how many times he had hovered on the edge of life and death. But where was his grandfather? Ever since he was a child, he had never even seen his grandfather's face. Just as Long Tianyin had said, he wasn't a qualified grandfather. Although Long Haochen didn't blame him, it wasn't easy to make him feel close to him. Yang Haohen sighed and said, "This is all because of the war. Child, don't blame your grandfather. In fact, he didn't have a choice. Maybe you don't know, but even your father and grandfather don't have a good relationship because of your Long family's rules. Your Long family's ancestors swore that as long as the demons are not destroyed, the children of the family cannot enjoy power. Whether it is your grandfather or your father, they can't change all this. Taking a step back, your grandfather is one of the 3 Knights of the Seal of the Knights Templars. Have you ever thought about how great the responsibility he bears? Your father has only been a Knight of the Seal for more than 10 years. Previously, only your grandfather and I were Divine Seals, and I had to put more energy on the entire alliance. It can be said that our Basilica of the Knights is completely supported by your grandfather. Here, your grandfather's prestige is much higher than mine. As a Knight of the Seal, there are too many things to shoulder. He simply doesn't care about family. At that time, your grandmother died in the dragon-resisting mountain pass, but your grandfather once again ascended to the top of the dragon-resisting mountain pass after keeping vigil for a day. Since then, I have never seen your grandfather smile. As a man, not showing his emotions doesn't mean that he doesn't have rich emotions. Your grandfather has also suffered a lot. I know that it is very difficult for you to suddenly accept him. I just hope that you can understand him. Your grandfather's life can be said to be dedicated to our Knights Templars. He is a true hero, and as a hero, what he has sacrificed is also unimaginable to ordinary people. You should be proud that you have such a grandfather and not blame him, do you understand? Long Hao-chin silently listened to Yang Hao-hen's words and slowly nodded. Grandfather Yang, I understand what you said, so I don't blame grandfather. It's just that his appearance is too sudden for me. Father has never told me about grandfather's existence before. I need time. Can you give me some time? Yang Hao-hen faintly smiled and said, Of course, as long as you don't blame him, it's fine. This is a matter between you grandfather and grandson. Now that you've joined this war, your grandfather is your immediate superior. You'll soon find out what a hero he is on the battlefield. With him at Yulong Pass, even the demon god of death, Samakina, wouldn't dare to attack the top of the city wall. Long Hao-chin said, Grandfather Yang, then please record my merit points. While saying that, he stretched out his arm with the merit token. Yang Hao-hen nodded and took out a small spiritual tool to record it. When he saw the number displayed, he couldn't help but be stunned. The merit points stored in Long Hao-chin's merit token were as high as 7 digits. More than 1 million. You, how do you have so many merit points? Yang Hao-hen asked in shock. Long Hao-chin smiled and said, Don't forget, I killed the snake demon god and Amari. Moreover, the demons killed by Hao Yue and Yuting will also be counted to me. However, I have a suggestion for you. As the first demon hunter to destroy the demon god's pillar, this merit will not be counted in my battle merit points. I ask the Alliance to give it to me. A few million merit points from you isn't much, right? It's best if it is counted in my 10 million merit points. Yang Hao-hen angrily said, Brat, are you trying to extort me? Long Hao-chin said, Grandfather Yang, this isn't extortion. Looking at his pitiful eyes, Yang Hao-hen helplessly shook his head and said, All right, this alliance has already been discussed. You destroyed the demon god's pillar, which is a great merit for the alliance. However, there will be no merit points reward. Ah, why? Long Hao-chin said in shock. Yang Hao-hen smiled and said, If you really want merit points, I can give you 2 or 3 million. Of course, it won't be counted in your 10 million merit points mission. However, the Alliance originally planned to give you a reward. Chapter 173. Long Hao-chin's heart skipped a beat. What reward did the Alliance originally intend to give us? Yang Hao-hen said, After our discussion, in view of the great contributions you monster hunters have made to the Alliance, we have decided to cancel all merit points required for your team's future promotions. Are you satisfied with this reward? Long Hao-chin was overjoyed. Satisfied, very satisfied. Canceling all merit points required for future promotions was not a small number. It must be known that for monster hunters to advance from the commander rank to the king rank, 1 million merit points were required. Advancing from the king rank to the overlord rank would require 10 million merit points. As for advancing from the overlord rank to the legend rank, there were even more things required. In order to advance from the overlord rank to the legend rank, one would need to make a great contribution to the Alliance. At the very least, one would need to kill a few demon gods. Only after completing all these could one become a legend rank monster hunter. In other words, even if one did not consider advancing to the legend rank, the previous promotions would still require 11 million merit points. This number of merit points was enough to buy a few pieces of epic rank equipment. This reward given by the Alliance could not be said to be small. Yang Hao-hen recorded Long Hao-chin's current number of merit points and said, All right, leave the excitement for later. If you cannot complete the 10 million merit point mission before you, your team will not be able to regroup, and this reward will no longer be meaningful to you. However, I have to remind you once again, no matter how anxious you are to complete the mission, you must still pay attention to your own safety. I don't think I need to emphasize the importance of your safety to the Alliance. Yes, Long Hao-chin replied respectfully. Yang Hao-hen raised his right hand and a golden light shot out into the open space in the office. Immediately, An extremely dense spiritual fluctuation spread out, and a rectangular object appeared in front of Long Houchin. This rectangular object was only about half a foot tall, 1.5 feet long, and 1.5 feet wide. The object's size was not eye-catching, but the important thing was that it emitted an orange-red luster, an orange-red color that only belonged to the epic rank. There were no magnificent patterns or carvings on the rectangular block, but there were many sharp lines, full of a mysterious texture. "This is—" Long Houchin asked Yang Haohin in surprise. Yang Haohin smiled. "Why, it doesn't look as glamorous as the mithril foundation armor, does it? This is what you want. Fine gold foundation armor, epic rank." It was smaller than the mithril base battle armor, and the thickness of the fine gold base battle armor was also lower than the mithril base battle armor. However, the boost it gives you is something that the mithril foundation cannot compare to. The adamantine pedestal is the painstaking work of our Knight Temple's forefathers. When you use it, you will naturally feel how much help it will bring you. I hope you will treat it well and use it to fight your enemies bravely until the day you become a Knight of the Seal. Yes, Long Houchin crossed his right fist in front of his chest and once again bowed respectfully to Yang Haohin in a knight's salute. Yang Haohin smiled and said, "Give it a try. Young people are always curious. Wear it, and I will be relieved when you go to the Knight's Sacred Mountain. Of course, put on a cloak to prevent it from revealing your whereabouts." This was the adamantine pedestal battle armor. Looking at the rectangular block in front of him, Long Houchin's heartbeat unconsciously sped up. Although he already had a few pieces of epic equipment, the one in front of him was different. In terms of quality, perhaps the aria of the Goddess of Light was better than this armor, and the Starlight Beast Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield was also better than it. However, those were not exclusive to the Knights Templars. Only this adamantine pedestal battle armor, which represented the glory of countless Knight Templars, gave Long Houchin the highest glory of the Knights Templars. Almost every Knight of the Seal had their own adamantine pedestal battle armor. Taking a deep breath, Long Houchin asked Yang Haohin, "Grandfather Yang, what should I do?" Yang Haohin said seriously, "Stand on it and use your spiritual power to feel it." Long Houchin nodded and took another deep breath. He walked in front of the adamantine pedestal battle armor and made a standard knight's salute before stepping on it. His knight's salute was to the ancestors of the Knights Templars who used this adamantine pedestal battle armor in the past. Every new knight on a golden pedestal had the same mission: to inherit the will of the ancestors and let the glory of the adamantine pedestal battle armor shine on the earth. When Long Houchin stood firmly on the adamantine pedestal battle armor, he was surprised to find that the adamantine pedestal battle armor didn't give him a hard feeling like metal, but a soft feeling. That's right, it was soft. Moreover, this adamantine pedestal battle armor seemed to have a life of its own. Long Houchin could even feel its heartbeat. Soft light elements emitted from Long Houchin's body and poured into the adamantine pedestal battle armor through his feet. Suddenly, the adamantine pedestal battle armor under his feet gave him a very comfortable feeling. Long Houchin even heard a comfortable moan. Then, the heartbeat he felt before became clearer, and the heartbeat soon maintained the same frequency as his own heartbeat. A dark golden light enveloped Long Houchin. In the blink of an eye, Long Houchin had already donned the set of epic armor. It was completely different from the clanging sound when the mithril pedestal battle armor was put on. When the adamantine pedestal battle armor was activated, it was like a stream of water sweeping up. What Long Houchin saw was a dark, golden liquid sweeping up. When he came to his senses, his whole body was completely wrapped in this dark, golden liquid. There was a mirror in Yang Haohin's room. Long Houchin subconsciously turned in that direction. What he saw was an unparalleled armor. In terms of majesty, the adamantine pedestal battle armor was not even as powerful as the mithril pedestal battle armor. However, it had a special texture. Long Houchin felt as if his entire body was immersed in the warm light element. His already strong spiritual perception seemed to have been strengthened by another fold. What surprised him even more was that his more than 30,000 internal spiritual power seemed to have increased after putting on this armor. And it was not just a little bit. This adamantine pedestal battle armor was like a huge spiritual aperture outside his body. It was crazily absorbing the external light elements, but it was not stored in Long Houchen's body. Instead, it was stored in the adamantine pedestal battle armor. In his perception, Long Houchen felt that he could use this spiritual power at any time for battle or cultivation, not to mention the increase in attack and defense of this armor in battle. This alone made it an extremely terrifying war machine. Long Houchen could not even feel the upper limit of this adamantine pedestal battle armor. In other words, the total amount of spiritual power that this epic armor could store must be more than Long Houchen's current total amount. The streamlined, dark golden armor covered Long Houchen's whole body. The helmet was diamond-shaped, with a crown-like existence at the top, and the face was in the shape of a mask. The entire armor was completely attached to Long Houchen's body. The pauldrons and breastplates were slightly protruding, and the other parts seemed to be no different from ordinary armor. However, the streamlined and strange ridges outlined a perfect picture on the adamantine pedestal battle armor. Long Houchen could not describe this feeling. He just felt that this dark golden armor that emitted an orange glow was perfect. He could not even find a trace of flaw. Wearing it, apart from the increase, Long Houchen did not feel the slightest bit of weight. It was as if he was wearing light clothes, and it was the most comfortable kind. Yang Houhen's voice sounded in Long Houchen's ears. The epic adamantine pedestal battle armor can store up to 100,000 internal spiritual power. This inner spiritual power can greatly increase one's cultivation speed during cultivation, and it can also be used as spiritual power in battle. It could be said that any holy knight wearing the epic adamantine pedestal battle armor would already have the strength of a rank 9. As for the other increases, you will have to continue to experience it yourself. The same adamantine pedestal battle armor, when worn by different holy knights, will emit a different light. You are a god's favored, the son of light. I hope this epic adamantine pedestal battle armor can emit the most brilliant light on you. Thank you, Grandfather Yang. Looking at his own dark golden hands, Long Houchen thanked him from the bottom of his heart. He knelt on one knee and bowed to Yang Houhen again. Yang Houhen took a few steps forward and helped him up. Go, knight. You know the way to the holy mountain. The demons have only blocked the front of our dragon-resisting mountain pass. The environment outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass is very bad, so they won't dare to divide their forces to surround us. However, there are still some demons scouting teams outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass. I believe you will have no problem dealing with them. Go early and come back early. This is my order. Take it, and you can choose a mount for the second time. Moreover, I believe that with your current cultivation and God's favored physique, you should be able to find the most suitable mount companion for yourself. Yang Houhen handed a scroll to Long Houchen. Long Houchen took it and bowed to Yang Houhen again before getting up and leaving. The Temple Lord of the Knights Templars, the leader of the Temple League, had always cared for him deeply. Long Houchen didn't need to say much. He only needed to repay him with his actions. Yang Houhen sent him to the door. Watching his departing figure, he faintly smiled and said, "Old friend, are you satisfied?" From the shadows, Long Tianin slowly walked out. At his side was an excited Hanyu. "This child is really distressing." "Old Yang, thank you." Yang Houhen said, "What are you thanking me for? Your Long family has already done enough for the alliance. I'm still counting on this kid to take care of you in your old age. Hanyu, how is it? You've gained a lot from following your grandpa Long, right?" Hanyu nodded. Resisting the urge to chase after Long Houchen, he said, "Many thanks to the two grandpas." He had finished his closed-door training earlier than Long Houchen. Now he was a 7th Order Temple Knight. Long Tianyin had always kept him by his side. He had assigned some missions to familiarize him with the battlefield of the dragon-resisting mountain pass, so that when Long Houchen joined the war, Han, you could assist him. Grandfather Yang, I just want to know, when can I take the Mithril Foundation Knight's test? Han Yu had watched Long Houchen leave in his epic gold Foundation battle armor. Although he couldn't compare with Long Houchen, as a knight, he also desired the glory of a knight. Yang Haohen smiled and asked Long Tianyin, "What do you think? Is this kid strength enough?" Long Tianyin shook his head and said, "He's still a bit lacking. His combat skills are okay, but his spiritual power is still a bit weak. However, he has enough merit points to buy one." Yang Haohen looked at Han Yu and said with a smile, "You heard that your Grandpa Long has agreed to take a shortcut. Hurry up and thank him. You little fellows have really made a lot of money in the demons. Even your personal earnings are enough to buy a Mithril Foundation battle armor." One must know that the Mithril Foundation battle armor, because of its symbolic meaning and power, was priced at 400,000 merit points in the Monster Hunters Trade Center. Han Yu firmly shook his head and said, "No, 2 grandpas, I won't buy it. I want to rely on my own strength to get the Mithril Foundation battle armor. My merit points belong to the team, not me alone. If it was the team leader, he would definitely make the same choice. I believe that the fine gold Foundation armor he's wearing isn't something he bought with contribution points." Long Tianyin's originally gloomy eyes obviously softened a lot. He raised his hand and patted Han Yu's shoulder. "You have ambition, you are a man. Then go. When your strength is enough, the temple will prepare everything for you." Yes, Long Houchen naturally didn't know what happened after he left. Relying on his commander-grade Demon Hunt Squad's command medallion, he quietly left the dragon-resisting mountain pass without any hindrance. After determining the direction, he went straight to the Night Sacred Mountain. Speaking of which, Long Houchen hasn't seen the outside world for more than a year and a half. The outside of the dragon-resisting pass is frozen all year round. It is extremely cold. However, when Long Houchen breathed in the cold air, he felt a sense of relief as if he had returned to reality. This level of low temperature has no effect on him at all. Moreover, the gold Foundation battle armor on his body has completely resisted the low temperature of the outside world. It is more useful than the warmest clothes. Long Houchen didn't take off this armor, not because it is novel and to show off, but because he wants to better familiarize himself with this epic grade armor. When he returns from the Night Holy Mountain, he will have to throw himself into the battle. Moreover, in order to conceal his identity, he must always wear this armor. The sooner he familiarizes himself with it, the sooner he can use this armor to increase his strength. The gold Foundation battle armor is still continuously charging. Long Houchen slightly calculated that after this epic grade armor consumes all its spiritual power, it will take about half an hour to recharge. Of course, if Long Houchen uses the spiritual power in it, it will continue to absorb light elements to replenish itself. Therefore, this epic grade armor is not just a simple increase of 100,000 spiritual power, in addition to its continuous recovery process. Allowing Long Houchen to display the strength of a grade 9 knight is not a lie. Among the epic grade equipment that Long Houchen has, the 2 great swords are undoubtedly made for attack, and the Sun Moon Divine Snail Shield is purely for defense. This gold Foundation battle armor just happened to make up for Long Houchen's shortcomings. It is more useful for support and defense, and also for amplification. There is no doubt that the current Long Houchen, with all of his strength, can definitely be said to be one of the strongest in Knight Templars. Even if he faces the grade 9 demons, he can still fight. This is not only due to his own hard work, but also the result of the full support of the Temple League. What he needs to do now is to continuously improve his own strength. It can be said that the current Long Houchen has grown to the point that it is very difficult to kill. As long as the current situation continues, it will not take long for him to become a Knight of the Seal. It is not snowing outside today, but the wind is still very strong. The biting cold wind is like a knife cutting everything in its range. The large cloak on Long Houchen's body flutters in the wind. He is moving very fast, but he is not flying. A slightly distorted light shines around his body. This light is very weak, but it is also its existence that completely blocks Long Houchen's aura. Unless one's spiritual power surpasses Long Houchen's, any spiritual detection that falls on his body will not give any feedback. Just like this, Long Houchen did not encounter any demons patrolling the area, and directly left the dragon resisting pass, heading straight for the Night Sacred Mountain. The distance from the dragon resisting pass to the Night Sacred Mountain is not too far, only a few hundred miles. Of course, the demon army can choose to attack the Night Sacred Mountain. However, in that case, the demon army will definitely have to go deep into the enemy's territory alone. More importantly, the Night Sacred Mountain is not a bone that can be easily gnawed on. After thousands of years of accumulation by Knight Templars, there are countless light attribute magical beasts on the Night Sacred Mountain, and most of them are rank 4 or 5 powerhouses. There are also many rank 10 magical beasts. The conflict between these light attribute magical beasts and the dark attribute demons is absolutely irreconcilable. Once the demons attack the mountain, they will encounter the collective resistance of all the magical beasts on the Night Sacred Mountain. Not to mention, there is still the Knights Templars blocking the way. Indeed, the Knights Templars cannot mobilize a large number of magical beasts to the battlefield, but if the demons dare to attack the Night Sacred Mountain, Yang Haohen and Long Tianyin will absolutely not mind attacking them from the front and back. Therefore, as the commander of this side, the necromancer demon god Samakina, after careful consideration, still decided to only attack the dragon resisting pass and let the Night Sacred Mountain go. In the long run, killing the Night Sacred Mountain will indeed be a heavy blow to the Knights Templars, but killing all the magical beasts on the Night Sacred Mountain will not bring any benefits to the demons. Instead, it will be a great risk. This is not advisable. If they can break through the dragon-resisting pass, force the main force of the Knights Templars to retreat, or completely annihilate this main force, Samakina does not mind spending some energy to destroy the Night Sacred Mountain. But for now, he will not have any ideas on the Night Sacred Mountain for the time being. The closer they get to the Night Sacred Mountain, the stronger the aura of the light element becomes. The mist emitting a pale golden luster rose in front of them, and the looming mountain peaks stood tall. The last time they came here, they came from a different direction, so Long Houchen did not feel it too obvious. But this time he was surprised to find that after entering the range of the Night Sacred Mountain, the surrounding air temperature began to rise obviously, and the cold wind did not seem to affect the pale golden mist of the Night Sacred Mountain. Long Houchen vaguely understood that the mountain range of the Night Sacred Mountain not only blocked the cold air from the northeast, but also the real hero of blocking the demon army. No wonder the dragon-resisting pass was isolated outside, and the demons did not bypass it. In addition to being afraid of being attacked from both the front and the back, the environment of the Night Sacred Mountain also has a fatal impact on the demons. Long Houchen still clearly remembered that the last time he entered the Night Sacred Mountain, he felt that the light element here was at least 5 times that of the outside world. For the Night, this is undoubtedly an excellent place to train, but all along it only bred magical beasts of the light element, and the Knights Templars strictly forbade the Knight to enter here to train. At this time, Long Houchen vaguely guessed the reason. In the Night Sacred Mountain, either there is a magic array to attract the light element, or there is the existence of some heavenly treasure to maintain the rich light element covering the entire mountain range. This place can indeed benefit the Knight's training, but the maintenance of the light element concentration should be limited. If a large number of Knight enter here to train, it is likely to destroy the light element concentration here. The Knights Templars are not stingy, but they are far-sighted. With the existence of the Night Sacred Mountain, not only can the talented knight continue to breed light element mounts, at the same time, it is also an insurmountable barrier in front of the demons. 5 times the light element of the outside world for the demons is more toxic than a highly toxic poison. If the demons dare to bypass the dragon-resisting pass and enter the Night Sacred Mountain, then they will have to fight with the Knights Templars in this environment. The result can be imagined. Long Houchen still remembered the huge summoning magic array of the ancient elves. He faintly felt that he only guessed a part of the mystery of the Night Sacred Mountain. This mountain range, shrouded in a golden haze all year round, must have some secret. Of course, this secret must be beneficial to the Alliance. In the beginning, the teacher said that the Night Sacred Mountain is a huge magic array formed by the mountain peak, which suppresses the evil energy of the magical beasts, so no one is allowed to train here, so as not to destroy the balance of the light element and cause a riot of the magical beasts. It seems that this is only what the temple claims to the outside, but the truth is not so. Entering the golden haze, Long Houchen secretly sighed. He is now no longer the same as before. As a knight on a golden pedestal, and also a holy knight, his perception of the light element is no longer as simple as before. The light element here is not only rich and pure, but there is also no special pattern to the fluctuations. So how can it operate according to the magic array? In that case, the Knights Templars should not allow anyone to train here. It should be as he guessed, to maintain the density of the light element in the sacred mountain to fight against the demons. However, Long Houchen still felt that he missed something. However, he did not delve into it. After all, this is the Alliance and Basilica of the Knights' consideration, and has nothing to do with him. Not long after moving forward, Long Houchen suddenly stopped and faced a direction. He took off his outer cloak, revealing the golden foundation armor. An old voice sounded. "Greetings, respected knight on a golden pedestal. May I ask what's the matter?" In the haze of light, a tall figure walked out. This old man was missing his left arm and one eye. He is one of the elders who guard the Night Sacred Mountain. "Greetings, elder. I'm here to choose a mount. This is the order given to me by the temple master." Long Houchen respected these elders who have almost dedicated their lives to the Knights Templars. He held the order with both hands and quickly walked up to the elder. The reason why he revealed the golden foundation armor was because he felt the presence of this elder. The elder was a little surprised at how young Long Houchen's voice was. This is an epic-level golden foundation armor. However, this voice was very unfamiliar to him. He took the order scroll and opened it. This order could not be forged. There was a complicated process inside, and it even had the exclusive password of the Knights Templars. Soon the elder closed the scroll and put it in his pocket. "Respected knight on a golden pedestal, please come inside." As he spoke, he turned around and led the way. The elder's respect made Long Houchen feel a little uncomfortable. He quickly followed and said, "Elder, my name is Long Houchen. Please call me by my name. In front of you, I don't need to be respectful." Long Houchen, hearing these 3 words, the elder was obviously shocked. He turned around and looked at him. "So, you are Long Houchen." Long Houchen then realized how famous his name was in the Temple League. However, he could not take back his words. He could only nod. After a moment of silence, the elder said in a low voice, "Don't say your name again, even in our sacred mountain. You are too rash." Yes. Long Houchen also realized his mistake. If his identity was exposed, there would be big trouble. God knows if there were demons, spies nearby. "Follow me. Your golden foundation armor is number 12. I will call you Jingjin number 12. Okay." Long Houchen agreed. Under the elder's lead, they entered the Night Sacred Mountain. This is not your first time here. You can walk the rest of the way by yourself. Do you still need the magical beast level detection token? The elder asked Long Houchen. Long Houchen shook his head. With his current cultivation, if he still could not determine the level of a magical beast, he would not be able to live in this world. Then be careful. The elder stopped and pointed in a direction to Long Houchen before making an inviting gesture. Thank you, elder. This was the second time he came here. The feeling was completely different from the first time. Long Houchen could vaguely feel that there seemed to be many restrictions around the night sacred mountain. Moreover, these restrictions were very well hidden. With his perceptive ability, he could only detect a part of the situation. In other words, if he entered the wrong place, he could very likely trigger these restrictions. As for how powerful the restrictions were, it was hard to say. Continuing to move forward in the direction pointed by the elder, Long Houchen's eyes soon opened up. The bright and warm sunlight sprinkled down. In front of him was a jagged and swaying shadow of trees. The fresh air with the fragrance of plants blew against his face, refreshing his mind. Taking a deep breath, Long Houchen felt his whole body relaxed. The rich light element here gave him a carefree feeling like a fish swimming in the sea. At this time, although his golden foundation armor was already full of spiritual power, there was still a soft golden halo on the dark golden surface, which complemented the orange-red brilliance of the armor. Whether it was training or fighting here, for any strong light attribute, it would be a huge increase. This time, he didn't need to climb to the top of a mountain to determine the direction like last time. With his strong perceptive ability, Long Houchen easily found the direction deep into the night sacred mountain. With a flash of golden light, for huge wings, which looked like they were smelted from the golden foundation armor, unfolded behind Long Houchen. Without exception, these spiritual wings were also wrapped in the dark golden foundation armor. With a flash of his body, Long Houchen flew into the air. He was shocked to find that in terms of spiritual power output, the golden foundation armor increased his speed by at least 30%. He flew as fast as lightning. Almost in the process of flapping his wings a few times, he had already jumped over the first mountain peak. Then he spread his 4 wings and glided toward the depths of the night sacred mountain. The rich golden light fluctuated in the air. Every time Long Houchen accelerated, the air around him would almost be torn apart. Vaguely, a layer of pale golden light began to appear around his body. This was not a skill that he had activated, but the overly rich light element in the air was attracted by him and condensed around his body. Long Houchen had a goal for this trip to the night sacred mountain. He had already thought about what kind of temporary magical beast companion he would need. Although he really wanted to fight with Haoyue's existence was too sensitive. He could only wait until he went to the depths of the demons to destroy the demon god pillars, then let him return to his side. During this 1.5 year of meditation, Long Houchen could also feel that on the other side of the blood connection, Haoyue's strength had always been improving. However, Haoyue seemed to be suppressing something and had been in the process of accumulating strength. As for the level of its current cultivation base, Long Houchen was not very clear. The mountain range of the night sacred mountain was very wide. Even with Long Houchen's speed, he only got close to the core after flying for about an hour. However, he did not continue to go deeper, because Long Houchen knew that if he continued to go deeper, he would enter the territory of level 10 magical beasts, and the purpose of his trip was not to look for level 10 magical beasts. Long Houchen spread his 4 wings and floated in the air. He closed his eyes and sensed everything in the outside world. He pressed his right index and middle finger between his eyebrows, and a circle of transparent, distorted light waves could be faintly seen spreading out from his head. This was a pure mental strength wave, and only someone like Long Houchen, who had extraordinary mental strength, could use this method to detect it. After all, he was not a powerhouse of the mental attribute. As he probed, Long Houchen flew again. He did not continue to approach the core of the night sacred mountain. Instead, he flew sideways and moved horizontally along the same length of distance from the center of the night sacred mountain. This time his flying speed was much slower. After searching for about an hour, he finally found his target. There was a hint of joy on his face. Golden flames erupted from his back, and he flapped his forewings with all his might. His entire body was like a golden bolt of lightning as he flew rapidly in a certain direction. When Long Hao-chin drilled into the tall trees and landed on the ground, a water source had already appeared in front of him. At this moment, there were dozens of types of light attribute magical beasts drinking water by the water source. Seeing Long Hao-chin's appearance, they revealed vigilant expressions at the same time. Gentle and pure light elements were released from Long Hao-chin's body. He did not continue to move forward. Instead, he stopped in his tracks. His body flashed with a golden light, and his armor turned into a fine gold pedestal, revealing his original appearance. After putting away the fine gold pedestal, Long Hao-chin just stood there, gazing at the magical beasts in front of him with a gentle gaze. Gradually, the magical beasts sensed the fluctuation of light elements emitted from his body. The vigilance on their faces quietly disappeared, and soon after, they revealed looks of surprise and intimacy. With a whoosh, a magical beast that looked like a small squirrel leaped towards Long Hao-chin and climbed up his shoulder in 2 or 3 moves. Long Hao-chin smiled and gently stroked the little squirrel. When the other magical beasts saw that the small squirrel-like magical beast was fine, they relaxed and slowly approached Long Hao-chin. It could be clearly seen that the closer they got to Long Hao-chin, the more intense the satisfaction in their eyes became. It was no wonder that they were like that. Long Hao-chin was the scion of the holy light, a blessed one. The pure light elements he emitted were far purer than the light elements in the night's sacred mountain. Moreover, as a blessed one of the starlight divine beasts, Long Hao-chin was naturally extremely attracted to light attribute magical beasts. How could these magical beasts not feel a sense of familiarity towards him? This was already the depths of the night's sacred mountain. Although the magical beasts in front of him were of different sizes, there was no doubt that the weakest of them was no lower than level 6, which was the standard of a human level 5 powerhouse. The higher the level of a magical beast, the higher its intelligence. I don't know if any of you know my old friend, but I'm here to look for him. Long Hao-chin whispered a few words to these magical beasts. Suddenly, a large golden bird nodded at him and walked to his side. It used its long beak to rub against Long Hao-chin's body, then spread its wings and flew in a certain direction. The reason why Long Hao-chin chose this place was because it was a water source. No matter what kind of magical beast it was, they all needed to drink water. It would be much easier to find the magical beast he was looking for here. However, he did not expect that his pure light attribute aura could actually attract so many magical beasts. The large bird went to help him search, so he simply sat there. He didn't meditate, but he no longer concealed his aura. Naturally, none of these magical beasts were willing to leave. They all gathered around Long Hao-chin, indescribably satisfied and enjoying themselves. Even the magical beasts that were originally hostile were very quiet at this time. No one was willing to disturb the peaceful atmosphere here. Not long after, a loud and clear cry rang out in the distance, and rays of golden silhouettes rapidly flew over. Long Hao-chin's eyes lit up. Sure enough, it had come. He floated up and let out a loud and clear cry in the direction of the long cry. Chapter 174. It was a group of unicorns. Their bodies were snow white, and the mane on their necks was golden. A single golden horn in the shape of a thread stood proudly on top of their heads. Each unicorn had a pair of huge wings, and the outermost ring of feathers on their pure white wings was golden. As they walked, one could vaguely see golden halos radiating from beneath their bodies. Among the group of starlit unicorns, the one flying at the front was especially tall. It was 6 feet long and 12 feet tall, and its horn was nearly 2 feet long. Its pale golden eyes were shining brightly, and its gaze was awe-inspiring. However, there was a great deal of surprise in its eyes at the moment. That's right, Long Houchen's target this time was the starlit unicorn, which was said to have the highest compatibility with the night. "Hello, friend. Do you still remember me?" Long Houchen walked quickly toward the starlit unicorn king. The starlit unicorn king had already seen his face clearly, and its horn immediately emitted a layer of golden light. Long Houchen did not dodge and allowed the light to fall on him. The starlit unicorn's voice also rang in his mind. "So it's you, esteemed son of the light. I'm glad to see you again. Ah, I didn't expect you to become so powerful in such a short time. Moreover, your aura of light is even purer than before." The starlit unicorn king seemed very close to Long Houchen. If it had only acknowledged Long Houchen's talent the last time they met, then this time it acknowledged everything about Long Houchen. As it spoke, it moved closer, lowered its noble head, and gently rubbed against Long Houchen's arm. Stroking the golden mane on its neck, Long Houchen said, "Old friend, I've come to look for you." "Look for me? What's the matter?" The starlit unicorn king raised its head and looked at Long Houchen in surprise. Long Houchen said, "I hope that you can come out of seclusion and assist me." The golden light emitted by the brilliant star unicorn king's horn clearly became stronger. Soon its eyes dimmed. "Honorable son of light, God's blessed. I'm not qualified to be your mount. Moreover, you seem to already have your own mount companion." Long Houchen nodded and said, "Yes, I already have a contract partner. However, for some reason, it couldn't fight alongside me during this period of time. The demons are very powerful and have now launched a holy war against our Temple League. We cannot afford to lose this holy war. If we lose, the entire continent will be plunged into misery and suffering. As a knight, I must fight against the demons to the end. So I need your help. I don't need a contract to bind you. I just hope that you can become my partner, my friend, and fight by my side." The Radiant Star Unicorn King was taken aback. It pondered for a moment before asking, "Why me?" In the Night's Sacred Mountain, there are many more powerful light-type magical beasts than me. You are already a chosen, and I believe that there is no magical beast here that can refuse your invitation, because being with you will be of great help to our cultivation." Long Houchen smiled and said, "As far as I know, only your light attribute is the purest, and only your heart is the clearest. What I need is a partner who is compatible with me, not someone who is more powerful. I think you should understand this. What's more, although you're only a magical beast of the 9th rank, equivalent to a human of the 8th rank, you're still a magical beast of the 9th rank. However, I believe that through continuous battles, your cultivation base will improve. It is not impossible for it to evolve into a holy unicorn." Hearing this, the Radiant Star Unicorn King's eyes lit up and it nodded gently. Of course, it understood what Long Houchen meant. Long Houchen was blessed by the Goddess of Light. If it could stay with him for a long time, the limitations of the Radiant Star Unicorn King's innate talent might be broken, giving it the possibility of becoming a holy unicorn. Among the known holy unicorns, almost every single one of them had been promoted by a starlight unicorn through a special encounter. The Radiant Star Unicorn King was naturally willing to fight alongside the Scion of Light. Now that Long Houchen was a true chosen, he had not lost his status as the Scion of Light. Back then, the Radiant Star Unicorn King had rejected Long Houchen, partly because the Scion of Light could attract powerful enemies. But now Long Houchen clearly had the ability to protect himself. "All right, I am willing to be your partner." The Radiant Star Unicorn King lowered its head and handed its horn to Long Houchen. Things went more smoothly than expected. Long Houchen knew that the Radiant Star Unicorn's offering of its horn to a human meant submission. Gently stroking its horn that was full of texture and warmth, Long Houchen hugged its big head. "Thank you, friend. I think you won't regret it. Let's go sweep away the darkness together. If you need my help in the future, I will do my best to help you." The Radiant Star Unicorn King shook its head and said, "I only hope that you can forgive me for rejecting you." Long Houchin just smiled and said, "It's nothing. I was too weak back then. I didn't have the right to be your partner." The Radiant Star Unicorn King looked at him gratefully. "You have a heart of gold. Thank you for your forgiveness." As it spoke, it turned its head and let out a few long neighs at the other Radiant Star Unicorns. The other unicorns immediately gathered and surrounded the Radiant Star Unicorn King reluctantly. Long Houchin retreated to the side. He knew that the Radiant Star Unicorn King was bidding farewell to its companions. The knight's trip to the sacred mountain could be said to have been very smooth. Long Houchin had already fallen in love with the Radiant Star Unicorn King the first time he came here. He didn't resent the Radiant Star Unicorn King for rejecting him. Meeting it again, Long Houchin could deeply feel that he and the Radiant Star Unicorn were compatible. It could be said that the Radiant Star Unicorn was the magical beast closest to a starlight divine beast. As for the Holy Unicorn, it was an evolved form of the Radiant Star Unicorn. There wasn't much about the Holy Unicorn in human records. Long Houchin even faintly guessed that the Holy Unicorn itself was a part of the starlight divine beasts. With great reluctance, the Radiant Star Unicorn King bid farewell to its kinsmen and returned to Long Houchin. "My friend, if you want your kinsmen to regain their freedom, perhaps I can help you." Long Houchin knew that many magical beasts were confined to the knight's sacred mountain. Without a human to lead them, they couldn't leave at all. The Radiant Star Unicorn King shook its head. "No, we don't actually want to leave this place. Our kinsmen can grow faster here, and there are only light attribute magical beasts here. In a sense, this is our paradise. Why do we have to leave?" It's not just the Radiant Star Unicorns. Most other tribes have the same idea. The Knights Templars haven't interfered too much with us. When your people choose their mounts, we choose them too. If we don't want to, the Knights Templars have never forced us. That's why we've always gotten along very well. Long Houchin felt very comfortable when he heard that. At least the Knights Templars didn't let him down. "We can go now, dear chosen one." Long Houchin gently caressed the Radiant Star Unicorn's lowered head. "We're friends, so there's no need for honorifics. Just call me Long Houchin. I'll call you Star King, all right?" The Radiant Star Unicorn King nodded gently. It retracted its wings and approached Long Houchin. Long Houchin didn't mount it right away. Instead, he put on his golden foundation armor and flew onto the Radiant Star Unicorn King's back. What surprised both him and the Radiant Star Unicorn King was that when Long Houchin rode on the Radiant Star Unicorn King, he felt as if the golden foundation armor had melted and enveloped the Radiant Star Unicorn King. The Star King's body was covered in a layer of dark gold. However, the dark gold on the Star King's body was thinner than the one on Long Houchin's body. Even so, the Star King could still enjoy a certain boost from the golden foundation armor, and its power was perfectly combined with Long Houchin's. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort, as if they were originally one. The other Radiant Star Unicorns couldn't help but kneel and worship the Star King when they saw the changes on its body. The Radiant Star Unicorn's body was white. Only its eyes, horn, and mane were gold. And if they could evolve into holy unicorns, then their entire bodies would turn golden. And the current Star King already had some of the demeanor of the holy unicorn. The other magical beasts looked envious when they saw the changes on the Star King's body. Just as the Star King had said, in the night's sacred mountain, no magical beast could refuse the invitation of a chosen. With a flash of golden light, the Star King flapped its wings and took Long Houchin into the sky, flying in the direction that Long Houchin had come from. The Star King's flying speed was extremely fast. It could almost match Long Houchin's own full speed, or even surpass it. Its flight was very stable. Even Long Houchin couldn't feel any impact from the airflow. From the Star King's body, layers of gentle light attribute spiritual energy flowed into Long Houchin's body. Long Houchin was shocked to find that when he fused his spiritual energy with the Star King's, not only did he have the full power, but the fused spiritual energy also existed in the form of Lingang. No wonder people said that the Radiant Star Unicorn was the best mount for the night. As the Radiant Star Unicorn King, the Star King gave him such a powerful boost. At least, if it was Hao Yue, little light alone wouldn't be able to boost Long Houchin as much as the Star King. Although Yu Ting was also a pure light attribute, she was different from the Star King. Yu Ting was more all-round, while the Star King was more all-round. The Radiant Star Unicorn's attack was not its strong point. Riding on the Star King, Long Houchin really felt like he had become a rank 9 knight. Unfortunately, he was still far from the level of a Knight of the Seal. According to Long Houchin's estimation, he would need at least 3 years to break through to the rank 9. Of course, the 3 years he spoke of would definitely be obstructed by the biggest barrier beyond the 9 spiritual orifices. In less than half an hour, the Star King had already brought Long Houchin to the Knight's sacred mountain. It floated down to the ground, and Long Houchin jumped down from the Star King's back. After handing over the task to the Knight's sacred mountain elder, he brought the Star King out of the sacred mountain. Star King, there is no contract between us. If I need you to hide, can you still return to the Knight's sacred mountain? Long Houchin asked the Star King. The Star King shook his head. That's impossible. Even if there is a contract, it's still impossible. However, we Radiant Star Unicorns have other ways. As he spoke, he raised his head, and a golden pentagram appeared on his forehead. Dense golden light gathered towards the pentagram. With a flash of golden light, the pentagram flew out from his forehead and landed in Long Houchin's hand. I can enter Venus. After entering, I will enter a state of deep cultivation and await your summons. Long Houchin was enlightened, so that's how it is. This is also why you are called Radiant Star Unicorns. The Star King said, whenever we need to enter a state of deep cultivation, we will turn into a star and hide. Do you need me to hide now? Long Houchin shook his head and handed the star back to the Star King. The Star King lowered his head, and the golden light fused into his forehead. Let's go. A cold light flashed in the depths of Long Houchin's eyes. His journey of 10 million contribution points was about to begin. Once again, flying onto the Star King's back, the Star King ran a few steps, spread his wings, and under Long Houchin's guidance, flew straight towards the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Star King, fly a bit slower. The dragon-resisting mountain pass was already in sight, but Long Houchin suddenly patted the Star King's back. Under the dark, golden mask, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. As the Star King flew forward, he turned his head to look at Long Houchin, and the communication ripples on his horn appeared again. Long Houchin, I feel danger approaching. Long Houchin smiled and said, that's exactly what I'm waiting for. I'm just afraid they won't come. In terms of spiritual perception, how could he be any worse than the Star King? Riding the Star King with such great fanfare, it would be strange if the demons didn't notice him. However, Long Houchin was currently wearing a cloak, and the monitoring demons couldn't see the golden foundation armor underneath. But the Star King was the king of the Brilliant Star Unicorns, a level 9 magical beast, equivalent to a powerhouse of the 8th step. Being able to ride it was already proof of Long Houchin's identity. It was easy to imagine the reaction of the demons when they discovered a lone Knights Templar's powerhouse. Of course, Long Houchin wasn't putting himself in danger. First of all, he was already very close to the Knights Templars. With his current level of cultivation and equipment, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. More importantly, his current spiritual power was so strong that even he couldn't believe it. With the amplification of the Golden Foundation armor, his spiritual perception could even extend to a radius of 100 miles. It was just that the further the distance, the more blurred his perception became. In his perception, among the demons that were rushing to intercept him, The strongest one was at the 8th step. The 10 million merit points would start from here. The Star King flew forward unhurriedly, although there was no contract between it and Long Houchin, and they couldn't communicate telepathically. As the king of the brilliant star unicorns, it was worthy of being called the knight's best mount. As Long Houchin gave a slight instruction, the Star King would immediately respond, and it would definitely do the same as what Long Houchin wanted it to do. For example, if Long Houchin tightened his left leg a little, the Star King would fly a little to the left and even adjust the direction of the deviation according to the strength of Long Houchin's leg. At the same time, gentle light elements began to flow from the Star King's body into Long Houchin's body. Long Houchin slowly closed his eyes, and the spiritual power in his body rose rapidly. A thick mist of light began to appear around his body. It was the ready skill. In the distance, 10 figures chased after Long Houchin like lightning. Wherever they passed, the air darkened. A lone brilliant star unicorn knight? How could such a good thing happen to them? As soon as they got the news, they rushed over as fast as they could. The leader of the demons had the characteristics of demons. He had a pair of horns on his head, and his face was green with fangs. His body was over 3 meters tall, and a pair of huge wings on his back kept flapping, propelling him forward at high speed. In his right hand, he held a blood-red heavy sword that emitted black flames. The dark aura around his body was extremely dense. He was a demon lord. Behind him was a group of demons, but the others were not as strong as him. Their cultivation was around the 7th rank. That's right, this was a demon hunter exterminator team. A demon hunter exterminator team made up entirely of demons. This time, the necromancer demon god Samakina was personally overseeing the outside of the dragon-resisting pass. Naturally, he also brought his own army of demons. In the demon hunter exterminator team, it was extremely rare to see a team made up entirely of one race. The team in front of them was actually formed recently, specifically to deal with the situation of the dragon-resisting pass. Just as Yang Haohen said, it was impossible for the demons to surround the dragon-resisting pass. The demons simply did not have that many experts. Once they surrounded the dragon-resisting pass, their forces would inevitably be scattered. They could not afford to be defeated one by the Knights Templars. Therefore, the necromancer demon god Samakina formulated a strategy of frontal assault and surveillance from the side. Once a large number of human reinforcements arrived from the rear, he also had the ability to dispatch a certain number of troops to intercept and interfere. However, what Samanaga didn't expect was that the resources stored in the dragon-resisting mountain pass were so abundant. The Holy War had already been going on for more than a year and a half, but the defense of the dragon-resisting mountain pass was still impregnable, and the demon hunter exterminator team in front of him was specifically sent to deal with the dragon-resisting pass scouts. Even if they did not need supplies, the dragon-resisting pass would still need to contact the Temple League. Therefore, it was necessary to send scouts. The demons divided a portion of their experts into small teams like the demon hunter exterminator team. They specifically targeted the scouts of the dragon-resisting pass, and they really succeeded a few times. The demon hunter exterminator team, made up entirely of demons, might not be as perfect as a multi-race team. However, they were faster, had more timely reactions, and completely obeyed the orders of the necromancer demon god Samakina. Star King, speed up! When this team of demons appeared in Long Houchin's line of sight, he immediately ordered the Star King to speed up. The faint golden haze surrounding Long Houchin's body suddenly became thinner as the Star King increased his speed. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to notice it. Moreover, when the Star King flew at high speed, the golden hexagram below him would automatically produce a layer of golden light that swept upwards, which also helped Long Houchin accumulate power and conceal it. When the demon lord discovered that Long Houchin was speeding up to escape, he suddenly grinned. The wings on his back suddenly flapped, and the black light on his body flourished like a black flame. He did not hesitate to consume all his spiritual energy to increase his speed, and took the lead to rush towards Long Houchen. The other demons following behind him were naturally a step behind because of the difference in strength. Long Houchen's eyes slowly opened. At this moment, his eyes were as clear as when he had just woken up from deep meditation. But there was an additional coldness that was not there before. The Star King's flying speed became faster and faster, faintly giving off a somewhat illusory feeling. Even though he was carrying Long Houchen on his back, his flying speed was not inferior to the Demon Lord at full speed. Both sides maintained a certain distance as they flew towards the dragon resisting Mountain Pass. When the Demon Lord discovered that his speed was somewhat insufficient, he immediately became anxious. He suddenly struck down with his left palm that was not holding onto the heavy sword. A dark red light suddenly erupted, causing a strong explosion in the air, and the powerful counterforce instantly increased his speed by a few times. Using attacks to increase his speed obviously consumed a lot of spiritual energy, and he could not maintain it for too long, but the advantage was that he could increase his speed by a few times. Although the Demon Lord did not know Long Houchen's cultivation, he could tell from the majestic, brilliant Star Unicorn King that he was at least a rank 7 human knight. Killing such a knight was a considerable contribution. Not to mention there was also the brilliant Star Unicorn. What the demons lacked the most was food. Although they hated the light attribute, they very much liked to eat light attribute magical beasts. The flesh of light attribute magical beasts was the most tender. Long Houchen slightly tightened his legs, and his body slightly sat back. The Star King immediately understood what he meant, and the frequency of flapping his wings quietly decreased. His body leaned to the side, and he drew a beautiful arc as he flew higher into the sky. This arc was drawn very wide, and the Demon Lord was getting closer and closer. But under the ingenious guidance of this arc, the rank 7 demons behind him did not close the distance between them. Swoosh! The Star King's wings produced a sound that sounded like the air being torn apart. His majestic body had already turned around in the arc, and he happened to rush towards the Demon Lord head-on. With his previous speed, it was obviously impossible to turn around directly, and this was the ingenious use of the arc attack power and speed were directly proportional, and turning around in an arc could avoid a reduction in speed to the greatest extent. The Demon Lord's eyes were filled with a sinister smile. At that moment, he also saw the knight move, and a shining golden heavy sword appeared in his line of sight. This is a human radiance equipment. The Demon Lord immediately made a judgment. With this judgment in mind, he looked down on the other party even more. Although the brilliant Star Unicorn's amplification was great, the biggest characteristic of this magical beast was that its attack power was not strong. What determined the brilliant Star Unicorn's effect was still the knight's own strength. Even if the knight was not weak and was only using radiance equipment, how strong could he be? Moreover, his reinforcements would arrive in an instant. That's right, what Long Houchen was holding in his hand was his light ripple. It had not reached the legendary level, but it was considered quite good among radiance equipment. With the amplification of the adamantine base armor, Long Houchen could easily capture the Demon Lord's movement direction and spiritual power fluctuations. He could even feel the contempt in the other party's eyes. Was it contempt? Then I'll use you as a sacrifice. Lin Xiao raised light ripple high above his head, and the next moment, an incomparably bright golden light suddenly burst out from the heavy sword. The brightness even surpassed the sun in the sky. The intense light that burst out in an instant did not release light elements, but it was that intense light that caused the Demon Lord and the pursuing demons to freeze. The next moment, the light ripple in Long Houchen's hand had already slashed out. Simple and direct. This was the knight's most basic slash. A bright golden blade of light appeared out of thin air. It was not illusory at all. It was completely solid. The light blade was not very long, only a little more than 3 meters long. The charging demon lord subconsciously used the huge, blood-colored sword that was emitting black flames to block it. Clang! Long Houchen and the demon lord's bodies almost passed each other. Both sides instantly separated in the air. Long Houchen rode on the Star King and charged directly at the rank 7 demons behind him. The demon lord also kept charging forward without the slightest intention of turning around. It was only after it had charged 200 meters in the air that its forward speed came to an abrupt halt. All of a sudden, a thick black liquid burst out in the air. The majestic demon lord's body was actually split in half in the air, and it fell from the sky. That's right, an instant kill. One-hit kill. From the moment he sensed the appearance of these demons, Long Houchen had already begun to prepare for the upcoming battle. With his current rank 8 cultivation base, he still had to accumulate power. One could imagine the power of the attack he unleashed. Long Houchen was very clear that his identity could not be exposed. Therefore, regardless of whether it was weapons or skills, he had to use everything that the demons had never seen before. Originally, he would not easily use the skills that he was good at. Under such circumstances, he had to make some changes. With the huge spiritual power provided by the epic-level adamantine base battle armor and the solidified Lingang after the fusion of the Star Kings and his spiritual power, Long Houchen's attack just now was clearly released by the Lingang. That incomparably dazzling brilliance belonged to the Lingang. How could the demon lord resist the attack that Long Houchen had accumulated power and condensed with more than 30,000 spiritual power points? Long Houchen had experienced the power of the Lingang before. He had used the aria of the Goddess of Light, the unity of body and sword, and restrained sword intent against his grandfather Long Tianin's ordinary Radiance Grade Shield. But he still could not break through his grandfather's defense. Why? It was because of the Lingang. Of course, the current Long Houchen was far from being able to control the Lingang like his grandfather did. He could instantly condense the power into one point. However, after the same amount of spiritual power was transformed into the Lingang, its power would increase by at least 3 times. 30,000 spiritual power points. After being tripled, the pure attack power would already be equivalent to 90,000 spiritual power points. Moreover, there was also the increase of the light ripple itself. The characteristic of the light ripple was a double attack. It seemed simple, but could the power of one attack be the same as 2 attacks in an instant? Because the power of Long Houchen's attack was too great, the light ripple's effect was not fully exerted. The instant increase of the second attack was only about 30,000 spiritual power points, but the terrifying 90,000 spiritual power points of the first attack was added. Coupled with the momentum brought by the rapid charge of both sides, it was not surprising that the demon lord fell. One must know that this was when Long Houchen did not use sword intent. After a year and a half of hard training, coupled with the increase of the epic fine gold base armor, it could be said that the current Long Houchen could be said to have been reborn as compared to a year and a half ago. Everything was within Long Houchen's calculations. When the 2 pieces of the demon lord's corpse in the distance fell at the same time, it was also at the same time that he rushed in front of the other 9 rank 7 demons. Seeing that their captain was actually killed by the other party, one could imagine how shocked the 9 rank 7 demons were. How could they not panic? What welcomed them was Long Houchen's terrifying attack. In that instant, Long Houchen suddenly leaped from the Star King's back. One could clearly see that the Star King's body emitted a golden chain-like light that wrapped around Long Houchen's waist. Not only could this golden chain allow Long Houchen to borrow strength to return, but it also maintained the increase of spiritual power between them. While in the air, Long Houchen did not release his spiritual wings. Golden light shot out from his back, and light speed flash instantly erupted. A golden stream of light broke 3 times in the air, and miserable cries and a dark red rain of blood erupted in the air almost at the same time. 6 of the 9 rank 7 demons had died in an instant. Everything had happened too quickly. With the Star King's support, Long Houchin could still maintain the Lingang on the light ripple without charging. This level of attack was no different from a tiger entering a flock of sheep when it came to these rank 7 demons who had no equipment to enhance them. The other 4 rank 7 demons were terrified, and they wanted to turn around and run. However, it was already too late. Sharp, golden light alternated in the air. Every time Long Houchin attacked, he would borrow strength from the other party's body to move around in the air that was thousands of meters high. His smooth attacks finally cut off the head of a rank 7 demon. Only then did he use his left hand to gently pull the golden chain around his waist, and his body turned around, returning to the Star King's back. This battle could be said to be a one-sided massacre. From the start to the end, it only took less than a minute. However, in reality, this was a battle of wits and courage. Against a demon hunter-exterminator team of 10 demons, did Long Houchin have an absolute advantage? In a one-on-one situation, he would not take these demons seriously at all, including the Demon Lord. However, one must not forget that demons had a skill called conjoined spiritualization. Once these 10 demons completed the conjoined spiritualization, it would not be easy for Long Houchin to kill them. Of course, the conjoined spiritualization had a drawback, and that was movement speed. With 10 demons together, it would be strange if they could fly fast. Under the deliberate bait, the opponent's demon lord was indeed lured out. Without wasting any time, he used 30,000 spiritual energy points to kill the demon lord. Not only did he intimidate the other demons, but he also reduced the number of opponents who could truly threaten him in a one-on-one battle. The next battle was simple. This was not just a matter of strength, but also the combination of experience and wisdom. After getting rid of this demon hunter-exterminator team, Long Houchin was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he rode on the Star King and landed. After keeping the corpses of the demons into eternal melody, he coldly stared at a certain spot in the air. Then he rode on the Star King and headed towards the direction of the dragon-resisting pass. About 10 miles away, a soft pop sound was heard, and the head of a tamed demon was instantly broken. It fell from the sky. Long Houchin had already discovered this tamed demon's spirit probe. It was a skill similar to Eagle's Eye, but he did not target it. There was no point in keeping this tamed demon alive now. Unfortunately, suppressing the opponent to death with the strength of the spirit probe did not give him any merit points. A grade 8 demon lord, 8,000 merit points, and a grade 7 demon is 2,000 merit points. Not bad. That's more than 20,000 merit points. Friends, wait for me. I will definitely use the fastest speed to gather 10 million merit points and meet up with you. Long Houchin's eyes flashed. In his mind, the voices and smiles of his friends appeared one by one. Ever since he ended his deep meditation, he had been trying to avoid thinking about his friends. The Holy War has been going on for so long. Everyone should have returned to their respective temples to fight. Are they okay? Are they still alive? Wait for me. You must stay alive and wait for me to come find you. In the distance, the dragon-resisting mountain pass was already in sight. Before Long Houchin flew close, he could already smell the faint smell of blood in the cold wind. Demons are attacking the city. Long Houchin hurriedly let the Star King take him to the front of the dragon-resisting mountain pass. At the same time, he quickly mobilized the spiritual power in his body, absorbing the light elements in the air to replenish his previous consumption. Of course, this replenishment was for the Golden Foundation battle armor. Previously, when Long Houchin launched the attack, he did not use his own spiritual power. Dragon-resisting mountain pass. Among all the 6 impregnable passes of the human race, the dragon-resisting mountain pass was the most special. From a defensive point of view, the defense of the dragon-resisting mountain pass should be the best, because the entire pass was built on a mountain and the main buildings were inside the mountain. With the area of this mountain, even if the demon emperor personally came, it would be difficult to break through this pass in a short period of time. However, the conditions of the dragon-resisting mountain pass were also the worst. Living in the bitter cold of the extreme north, the enemy was not the only one affected by the environment. The soldiers of the dragon-resisting mountain pass were also affected by the bad weather. Life here was monotonous and boring. Moreover, as long as they were not in battle, they would almost never see the light of day and could only move around in the belly of the mountain. But it was also these difficult conditions that trained the knights' persevering character and strong physique. Chapter 175. In front of the dragon-resisting mountain pass, there was a slope of up to 200 meters high. The terrain was very steep and covered in ice and snow all year round, making it extremely difficult to attack from below. The pass was built like a fortress. However, after a year and a half of the Holy War, the defensive weapons of the dragon-resisting mountain pass were either destroyed by the demons, or they didn't have enough magic crystals to support their use. They were completely relying on manpower to resist the attacks of the demons. In the distance, the 8 demon god pillars were still shining, emitting a dazzling light that soared into the sky. The demon army was like a tide, rushing towards the dragon-resisting mountain pass. It was very reasonable for the demon emperor to let the necromancer, demon, god, Samakina attack the dragon-resisting mountain pass. It was too difficult to attack from the ground, so they had a greater chance of success from the air. And the demons were not only good at flying, they were also individually strong. More importantly, the number of demons was large. In terms of pure strength, apart from the demon emperor's heaven-defying demon dragon clan, the demons were probably the strongest. After all, the star demons and the moon devils were far from being comparable to the demons in terms of numbers. Therefore, after more than a year of accumulated experience in offensive and defensive battles, most of the battles were now fought by the Temple League to resist the demons' attacks from both the ground and the ground. The ones attacking from the ground were mainly the demons, the wolf demons, and the bear demon. The reason why these 2 races were chosen was not because they were the best at this kind of climbing attack, but because of their cold resistance. In this bitter and cold land of the extreme north, the Holy War had only just begun, and the demon race's non-combatant forces had been severely reduced. After continuous redeployment and redeployment, almost all of the demon race's cold-resistant troops remained outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass. The demonic wolf race was also a powerful race among the demon race. When they stood, they looked like humans, but they had wolf heads and sharp claws on all 4 limbs. In the process of climbing up, their sharp claws constantly made caw-caw sounds as they scratched the ice. Compared to the wolf demons, the bear demons' climb was much more difficult. Their weight was too heavy. Although they were strong, they could only use their bare paws to create a weight-bearing hole when climbing, and then slowly climb up. However, one mustn't forget that the bear Veilfar is one of the 8 great demon gods outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Therefore, the main force of the bear demon is also here. With Veilfar supervising the battle from behind, how could bear demon's warriors not dare to risk their lives? Relying on his powerful strength, he slowly but steadily continued to move upwards. As for the sky, that was the stage for the demons. The demons that blotted out the sky were constantly attacking the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Only demons of the 6th rank and above could fly, but they could also bear the weight. Demons that could fly could often be seen being thrown towards the dragon-resisting mountain pass. The demons, the bear demon, and the wolf demons. The full-scale attack of the 3 powerful demons brought a great threat to the Yulong Pass. However, as the head of the 6th Great Temple, the Knights Templar's background was also extremely strong. On the top of the city wall, a large number of fully armored knights lined up horizontally. Dazzling golden light constantly shone, like a solid barrier, constantly resisting wave after wave of attacks from the demons. Among the 6 major professions of the 6th Great Temple, the most balanced was the knight. The knight could use a certain amount of light magic, and at the same time, they were good at close combat. More importantly, they could also cast healing magic. Therefore, even without the cooperation of other troops, the knight could protect themselves to a great extent and kill the enemy in a one-on-one battle. At the same time, the Knights Templars also had the most powerful air force of the Alliance, which was their Knights of the Sky. Depending on the mount, after the Knights' cultivation reached the 5th rank, they could choose to become a Sky Knight or an Earth Knight. In other words, the Knights of the Sky were all made up of Knight with a cultivation of the 5th rank and above. There were more than 10,000 of them in total, and they were a powerful force like the mainstay of the Knights Templars. However, after the continuous consumption in this holy war, the number of Sky Knight was constantly decreasing, and the injured were even more numerous. Now, there were less than 7,000 Sky Knight who could still fly in the air and participate in the battle. This was under the situation where they received the most healing and buffing light magic support. Moreover, they only joined the battle after the Dragon Resisting Pass had powerful defensive weapons that couldn't be used. Thus, they became the main force on the battlefield. If one looked down from a higher altitude, they could clearly see that the two sides in the sky were gold and black, facing each other with a clear distinction. In terms of numbers, the demons had the advantage. They had at least twice the number of Knights of the Sky. The most troublesome thing was that some of the demons were carrying hell demons on their backs. Hell demons' magic was extremely powerful, and they were good at group magic. Therefore, the demons weren't in a hurry to engage in close combat with the Knights of the Sky and only faced each other from a distance. After sending some imps and great demons to the Dragon Resisting Pass, these demons that could fly protected the hell demons from a distance and released magic. The Knights of the Sky also didn't advance rashly. Hell demons weren't the only ones that could fly in the air. For them, the most important task was to guard the Exorcist Mountain Pass and not take risks. The mounts of the Sky Knight were very uniform. They were all Pegasi, cultivated by the Knights Templars. The Pegasi was a kind of 5th rank magical beast, a subspecies of the unicorn. They were completely white, without horns on their heads, and relied on a pair of snow-white wings to soar in the sky. The uniform mounts made the Knights of the Sky more tacit in their deployment, and their battle strength was also a combination of the Knight and the Pegasi. Therefore, in a battle of the same rank, the demons definitely couldn't beat a Sky Knight. At the forefront of the Knights of the Sky was a gold and silver Knight. At least 6 Knight on a golden pedestal and 100 mithril foundation Knight commanded the Knights of the Sky. The battle between both sides seemed to have a faint tacit understanding. None of the powerhouses of the 9th rank appeared on the battlefield, and all the soldiers on the battlefield were below the 9th rank. A huge holy light spiritual array propped up in the air, again and again resisting the magic bombardment of the hell demons. The Knights of the Sky always maintained a neat formation, ready to fight at any time. The holy light spiritual array that they collectively released could be described as impregnable. Long Tianin stood at the highest point of Yulong Pass. The Dragon Resisting Pass had a total of 3 layers. The lowest layer was the widest, and the Knight army that was resisting the demons was fighting there. The second layer was filled with magicians. All of them were ice magicians. In the Dragon Resisting Pass, apart from these magicians, there was no other support from the other temples. This was the noble character and unquestionable integrity of the Knights Templars, allowing the other 5 temples to support each other. And the third layer was the command platform. Long Tianin was standing there at this time. Behind Long Tianin stood a total of more than 30 people. Among these 30 people, half of them were wearing gold foundation battle armor, and the rest were all wearing armor of the legendary level or above. There was no doubt that they were the core strength of the Knights Templars. Everyone was fully equipped, ready to fight at any time. Pass my order, the Knights of the Sky descend by 100 meters, release the brilliant halo, Thorn's Halo. Long Tianin's majestic voice sounded. His eyes were fixed on the wolf demons and the bear demon who were climbing and attacking below. There was no doubt that when the first batch of bear demons' main force climbed to Yulong Pass, it would be the moment when the demons in the air attacked. The demons knew that humans knew their attack method, but they never changed it. The effect of combining the air and the ground was always the best. At this time in the distance, the 8 shining demon god pillars suddenly shone brightly. Vaguely, one could see that in the shining light of the 8 demon god pillars, 8 demons slowly emerged from the light pillars. In the largest light pillar at the front, a slender man with short gray hair, wearing gray armor, and a pale face was looking in the direction of Long Tianin. This male demon's body was filled with a deathly still aura, and his eyes were a strange white. But his face was very handsome. A pair of huge gray wings spread out behind his back. They were more than 20 meters wide. Although they were nothing in the sky, with the strong gray light of the demon god pillar behind him, there was a sense of oppression that could cover the sky and the sun. Long Tianin's eyes instantly lit up, and a strong golden light shone at the bottom of his eyes. With his hands behind his back, his body slowly floated into the air. A beam of bluish golden light suddenly burst forth from behind him, bringing with it a gigantic bluish golden pillar of light that shot into the sky. The magnificent throne of God of order and rule slowly emerged in the strong light, becoming the background of the Knight of the Seal of Control and Restraint Long Tianin. The moment the throne of God of order and rule appeared, both Yulong Pass and the Knights of the Sky in the sky let out deafening cheers. To the Knights Templars, the throne of God didn't just represent a divine weapon, but also the spiritual support of all the Knights Templars' Knight. As long as the throne of God was present, they had the confidence to fight a strong enemy to the death. The demon god of necromancy, Semikina, frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "This throne of God is really troublesome." Not far away from him, a burly, bronze-skinned man with eyes of yellow crystals said in a deep voice, "I'll go." This was the bear demon god, Veilfur, who was ranked 6th among the 72 demon god pillars of the demon race. If one only looked at his appearance, he looked more like a strong human warrior. In terms of physique, he couldn't be compared to the tall and strong tribesmen at all. Samikina shook his head and said, "This Long Tianin isn't easy to deal with. I have the confidence to kill him one-on-one. But his throne of God is too annoying. You won't end up better than me if you go. Moreover, among the Knights Templars, there's still the throne of God of protection and mercy, which is even more difficult to deal with. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's the strongest human, since His Majesty has ordered us to engage in a protracted battle. There's no need to fight to the death." As he spoke, the strong fighting spirit on his body receded a little, and he still faced off against Long Tianin from afar, neither of them taking the initiative to attack. It was also at this time that the slowly climbing bear demons finally reached Yulong Pass. The wolf demons launched a frenzied, suicidal attack. Their goal was simple: to let all the bear demons safely reach the top of the city wall. With the powerful defense and strength of the bear demons, as long as they could stand firm on the city wall, they would definitely bring a huge blow to the Knights Templars. The holy light spiritual formation of the Knights of the Sky, which had descended 100 meters, suddenly became strong. The purple-gold halo of thorns and the blue-gold glorious halo were released by a large number of Sky Knights, making the light in the air incomparably magnificent. Moreover, this halo also shone on the knights at the top of the city wall. Han Yu was at the top of the city wall at this time, holding a golden heavy shield in his left hand and his wild blood sword in his right. He charged forward with the shield in front of him and slammed into a bear demons that had just climbed up the city wall. The bear demons were also very strong. They crossed their arms in front of them and made intimate contact with Han Yu. With a loud bang, the bear demons were knocked back and hit the battlements. Han Yu's body also took a few steps back from the strong impact. However, the wild blood sword in his right hand had already slashed out. The wild blood sword was completely white in color. "Holy sword," with the legendary heavy sword and the holy sword skill. Even the strong bodies of the bear demons would not be able to resist it so easily. Moreover, although there was a huge difference in size between the two sides, in fact, Han Yu's external spiritual power was now not much weaker than the bear demons. Back then, after soaking in the dragon crystal of the heaven-defying demon dragon, coupled with the enhancement of the forest boa body honing pill, Han Yu's external spiritual power was not inferior to his own internal spiritual power. This was also an important reason why the General Class Monster Hunt 64 team survived the bloody battle on the battlefield. The bear demons roared. They were knocked down as soon as they reached the top of the city wall, so they were naturally very angry. They swung the huge hammer in their hands and went straight to the wild blood sword. It was also at this moment that a figure suddenly fell between them. It was a knight who was sent flying by the enemy's powerful shock. The bear demon's giant hammer still fell without hesitation, but Han Yu was taken aback. His attack was faster than the bear demon's. If his attack continued, then the wild blood sword would definitely hit his companion first. How could he bear to do this to his fellow soldiers? All this happened too suddenly, and the wild blood sword was already halfway through. If he stopped, he would suffer backlash, and his companion would probably not be able to escape the fate of being smashed to death by the bear demon's giant hammer. But if he continued to attack, his companion would die in his hands. Since joining the war, this was the first time Han Yu had encountered such a difficult choice. Everything happened so quickly, and the time he had to decide was too short. The bright golden light shone at this moment, and the falling night disappeared into thin air just like how he appeared before. Tens of thousands of golden beams burst forth at this moment. Almost everything within a range of nearly 100 meters was enveloped by this intense golden light. Within this range, be it the demonic wolf or the demonic bear, all of them turned into bloody sieves under the golden light. Like wheat being cut, they fell to the ground. Han Yu's eyes became wet, and he yelled, "Leader!" Chapter 176. Commander. Han Yu's voice was full of emotion. After a year and a half, he could finally fight side by side with his commander. To him, this feeling was like a good rain after a long drought. In the past, when he fought alongside Long Houchin, this feeling wasn't very obvious. But ever since he ended his seclusion, he joined the Holy War. With his outstanding combat skills and brute strength, he quickly gained a firm foothold. Although he wasn't a Mithril Foundation Knight, he was already a mid-level officer in the dragon-resisting mountain pass. He was responsible for a large area of defense. In the eyes of other knight, the Temple Knight Han Yu was undoubtedly the most outstanding. In almost every battle, he fought until the last moment. However, only Han Yu himself knew the loneliness in his heart. Ever since he became a demon hunter, Han Yu had always been the second knight in the team. In the team, he never needed to be at the forefront. He was only an important support for Long Houchin. With Long Houchin, he had the absolute backbone. He followed Long Houchin to fight and kill enemies together. He didn't need to think about other things. He just needed to follow Long Houchin's instructions. However, after joining the Holy War, because of his cultivation and outstanding performance, he gradually became a commander. Only now did he understand how many things a commander had to consider and how much pressure he had to bear. He was used to being commanded by Long Houchin, so he really didn't like this feeling. Most of the time, he couldn't display his full strength and could only play the role of a firefighter. Every time after a battle, he would feel a strong sense of powerlessness. How good would it be if he could still fight alongside his commander? When Long Houchin ended his seclusion, no one was more excited than Han Yu. That kind of excitement and carefree feeling made him feel as if he had returned to the days when he was with Long Houchin in the dread Howling Cave, the Dream Temple, and the Dark Swamp. Commander is finally back. He can finally fight alongside me again. Han Yu had waited for this day for too long. Although Long Houchin was currently covered in a dark gold foundation armor, the ripples of light in his hands couldn't be faked. Commander is back. He is back. That's right, Long Houchin is back. Seeing that the battle had already begun, he rushed back as fast as he could. He had the huge pressure of completing the mission of 10 million contribution points, and battles were undoubtedly the best way to earn contribution points. Therefore, he rushed back as soon as possible. Originally, Long Houchin, who was riding on Star King, was ready to join the aerial battlefield. The Demon Clan's air force had already launched a full-scale attack on the Sky Knights with the infernal demons. However, just as he was flying over on Star King, he saw the wild scarlet blood sword flickering with an intense light above the dragon resisting Mountain Pass. Just like how Hanyu was able to recognize him no matter what, how could he not recognize his good brother? Therefore, Long Houchin gave up on joining the battle in the sky. He landed from the sky, put away the Star King, and instantly landed. Not only did he solve Hanyu's urgent problem, but he also exploded with a powerful attack, greatly reducing the pressure on the knight on the battlefield. The thousands of golden lights were a powerful punishment knight attack skill that Long Houchin learned from the skills left behind by the ancestors in the Cave of Illusion. It was called Sword Star Shower, a rank 7 punishment knight skill. This skill's single target attack power wasn't too strong, but it had a large area of effect. After constant practice on the battlefield, Long Houchin was very clear about his weaknesses. The knight skill that he lacked the most was a large area of effect attack skill. This was also what the knight generally lacked. Large area of effect attack, large area of effect buff. These were all the skills that Long Houchin chose when learning the skills in the Cave of Illusion. The Holy War had already begun. In the future, he couldn't only fight against a small number of enemies. In his battles, there would definitely be more, stronger enemies and more comrades. Therefore, these two types of skills were what he needed to have. As for single-target attack skills, Long Houchin was very confident in himself. Single-target attack was an important standard to measure a powerhouse's strongest attack power, and the sword intent that Long Houchin possessed had actually surpassed the majority of single-target attack skills. Therefore, what he needed to do was to continuously strengthen his understanding of sword intent. With a divine sword like the aria of the Goddess of Light, as long as his understanding of sword intent increased, the attack power of his single target attack skills would continue to increase. This was not something that any single target attack skill could compare to. Ripple of Light, and Sword Star Shower, the combination of these three skills and Long Houchin's unreserved spiritual energy output instantly killed a large number of enemies. So what if they were bear demons with strong defense? In the face of the double attack of Ripple of Light, Long Houchin's rank 8 cultivation, and the powerful penetrating power of Ripple of Light, their defense was no longer enough to resist. Hanyu. Long Houchin let go of the knight who had survived the disaster with his left hand, opened his arms, and directly gave Hanyu a big hug. The surrounding knight cheered in unison. They didn't know Long Houchin, but they knew the fine gold foundation armor on Long Houchin. A knight on a golden pedestal joining the battle on the city wall was not only a help in strength, but also a significant increase in confidence and momentum. Commander, I can finally fight side by side with you again. Han Yu's body trembled with excitement. The two of them patted each other's armor, making a sonorous sound. Long Houchin let go of his hug and smiled. Come on, let's go kill the enemy. We'll talk after this battle is over. As he spoke, Long Houchin let go of Hanyu, strode forward, and walked in the direction of the battlements. Hanyu followed, closely behind. Looking at Long Houchin's back, which was taller than before, he could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. What a familiar back view. I'm willing to follow behind him for the rest of my life. The demons obviously also noticed the changes here. The bear demon continued to climb, and Long Houchin stood directly on the battlements. The fine gold foundation armor emitted a dazzling orange light. It was impossible not to become the focus of the battlefield. In the sky, Long Tianin had already noticed Long Houchin's return. When he saw that Long Houchin returned on the Star King, he could not help but reveal a faint smile on his face. He thought to himself, this kid really knows how to choose. The Star Unicorn King. Not bad. There is indeed no mount more suitable for him than this. Soon, Long Houchin's battle had begun. 2 black figures suddenly fell from the demon's air force and went straight for Long Houchin on Yulong Pass. Impressively, they were 2-tier 8 lords. The demons knew very well how powerful the knight on a golden pedestal was, not to mention the knight on a golden pedestal wearing the epic fine gold foundation armor. The lethality of such a powerhouse on the battlements against ordinary demons was simply too terrifying. Just now, Long Houchin's sword meteor shower had killed at least 100 wolf demons and bear demons. The other wolf demons and bear demons that were climbing below deliberately avoided his direction. Demons were brave in battle, but no one was willing to die in vain. Looking at the 2-tier 8 demon lords descending from the sky, Long Houchin's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He muttered to himself, "That's another 16,000 merit points." He stood still, and the gentle golden mist rose from his body again. There was no need for Long Houchin to say anything at all. Han Yu, who cooperated with him very well, had already arrived at his side. A pair of golden spiritual wings spread out on his back. Compared to before, his spiritual wings were at least a third larger, which was a sign of an increase in strength. At the same time, a spear that had already reached a meter in diameter silently appeared behind Han Yu. Its round figure looked a little ridiculous, but as soon as it appeared, the 2 demon lords swooping down from the sky felt a chill in their hearts. The Evil Eye Lord. This was the Tier 8 Evil Eye Lord. It was equivalent to a Tier 7 human powerhouse. More importantly, it was an extremely rare magical beast that attacked the mind. With such a magical beast assisting the knight on a golden pedestal, how could they gain an advantage? However, since they had already rushed down, they naturally couldn't return without accomplishing anything. They weren't too stubborn about their goal. They just had to keep the knight on a golden pedestal occupied. A glaring dark red light lit up in the sky. One could clearly see the back of the 2 demon lords flickering with dark red light. They raised their heavy swords, and when they were still over 100 meters away from Long Houchin, they had already made a downward slashing motion. The intense dark red light instantly fused into one in the sky. The 2 light slashes actually overlapped. Instead of increasing in size, they instantly shrunk by half and headed straight for Long Houchin. A combination of skills? Long Houchin's gaze wavered slightly. He didn't know that these 2 demon lords were brothers. Their skills were extremely compatible with each other, and they were even better at cooperating. They were also very famous among the Tier 8 demons. The combined strength of these 2 brothers was second only to the existence of a demon king. Facing the arrival of the dark red light blade, Long Houchin didn't panic at all. Obviously, the other party didn't intend to kill him with this blow, but to break his accumulation. Demons and humans had been fighting for so many years, so the demons were very clear about what kind of skills the knight had. Han Yu didn't move. His body also lit up with a golden haze, and he was also accumulating power. He had absolute confidence in Long Houchin. Such an attack would definitely not hurt his leader. The Evil Eye's tentacles had become 6, and their length had increased a lot. As the tentacles swung down, be it the wolf demons or the bear demons, once they were touched by its tentacles, they would tremble all over and foam at the mouth. There was no doubt that the Evil Eye was the nemesis of the bear demon. The bear demon's physical defense was extremely strong, but their mental strength was not flattering. As a Tier 6 demon, their mental strength was very simple. The Evil Eye couldn't break their defense, but just a mental shock was enough to make these bear demons fall into a state of dizziness. The bear demons were lying on the slippery, icy slope. The short period of dizziness was enough to make their previous long climb turn into nothing, and they directly rolled down. With the huge bodies of the bear demons, such a roll was not much different from a rolling log, and it greatly affected the climbing speed of the other demons below. In this way, Long Houchin and Han Yu didn't have to face more attacks from the demons below. The Knight were all veterans with rich combat experience. They didn't come to help. When Long Houchin and Han Yu rushed forward, they had already separated to the sides to reinforce the places where they were needed more. An orange light suddenly lit up on Long Houchin's left arm. Divine defense block. With a soft poof, Long Houchin's body standing on the battlement did not even shake a little, and the highly concentrated dark red light blade had already turned into countless light spots and dissipated. A sharp golden light lit up from Long Houchin's body. A beam of dazzling golden light suddenly rose up. It turned into a dazzling golden lightning and went straight to the two powerful enemies in the air. The moment Long Houchin made his move, Han Yu also moved. The wings on his back flapped half a beat behind Long Houchin. As he flew out, his eyes had already turned blood red, and his target was the demon lord on the right. The evil eye seemed to be glued to Han Yu's back. As he flew, he also brought the evil eye along with him. Light Flash was extremely fast. Long Houchin's target was the center of the two demon lords. From the looks of it, he actually wanted to attack two grade 8 demon lords at the same time. The demon lord brothers were worthy of being twins. Disdain and contempt appeared on their faces at almost the same time. One of them wielded a sword in his left hand, while the other held his right hand. The demon lord on the left suddenly swung his arm, flinging his brother behind him. At the same time, he brazenly slashed out with his blood-red heavy sword. In the air, a huge shadow of a demon could be vaguely seen flashing. The surrounding air suddenly became dark. A blood-red skull the size of a fist suddenly rushed out of the dark air, heading straight for Long Houchin. Although this blood-red skull was not big, the moment it appeared, whether it was Long Houchin or Han Yu, they both felt a terrifying feeling of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushing towards them. It was also at this moment that the evil-eyed demon lord made its move. A layer of seemingly gentle, distorted fluctuations spread out from its huge eye, which had a diameter of 1 meter. In an instant, the black fog behind the blood-red skull dispersed, revealing the figures of the two demon lords. Moreover, under this mental attack, their movements also slowed down for a moment. In his light-speed flash state, Long Houchin's speed was simply too fast. By the time the blood-colored skull appeared, it had already collided with him. Unfortunately, it did not collide with Long Houchin's body. Instead, it collided with the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield in his left hand, which had instantly shrunk to about 1 foot in diameter and looked like a snail shell. With a soft sound, the blood-red skull fiercely collided with the shield. A gentle orange-red light quietly spread to the surroundings and actually miraculously dissolved the extremely terrifying impact. When the demon lord brothers worked together, their attack power had already reached the level of a rank 9 powerhouse. This blood-red skull was an existence comparable to the Ling Gang. Unfortunately, they encountered an epic shield, and it was an epic shield that the Starlight Divine Beast had transformed into. However, the blood-red skull was not just an impact skill. When its attack power was instantly dissolved, the skull seemed to have come to life and stuck to the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield. A dark red light flickered, and the face of the skull instantly turned into a demon, biting directly at the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield. This skill of the demon lord brothers was very overbearing. Due to their powerful talents, they were recognized by the necromancer demon god Samakina, who had personally taught them for a period of time. Therefore, in terms of skills, they were far superior to other demon lords of the same level. Otherwise, they would not have taken the initiative to fly out to deal with a holy knight with an epic adamantine foundation armor. Not only did the blood-red skull have an attack power comparable to that of the Ling Gang, but it also had the terrifying ability to contaminate equipment. Refining the blood-red skull required the blood essence and a trace of the demon's soul. Therefore, it could be said to be a skill, but also a piece of equipment. The Demon Lord brothers had tried it before. Even legendary equipment would be damaged after being bitten by the blood-red skull. In serious cases, it could even be destroyed. Even epic-grade equipment would be greatly affected if it came into contact with it. When they saw the epic shield that Long Houchen was using, they decided to use the blood-red skull. This thing was called Blood Grudge, and its powerful curse ability was a headache for any human powerhouse. Unfortunately, they had indeed found the wrong target today. If their Blood Grudge had landed on Long Houchen's adamantine foundation armor, it might have had a certain effect. However, Long Houchen would have to expend a certain amount of energy to remove it. Unfortunately, it had landed on the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield. In human history, the Starlight Divine Beast, the Sun-Moon Divine Snail, had only appeared 3 times. As the spokesperson of the Goddess of Light, the purity of their light attribute was even higher than that of Long Houchen, who was the favored one, the Son of Light. How could such a pure light element be contaminated by a cursed magic weapon like the Knight's Blood Grudge? On the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield, an orange-red light surged. At the same time, a soft golden light spread from the center of the shield and was bitten by the Blood Grudge. Suddenly, the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield shone with a golden light, and a strong golden halo suddenly spread from the shield. Not only was all the darkness in the surroundings dispelled, but both Long Houchen and Han Yu felt as if the sun had descended within the range of the golden light. A huge circle of sunlight appeared, and Long Houchen felt that his left arm had suddenly become extremely heavy. The spiritual power in his body was leaking out at an alarming rate. Almost in an instant, almost 50,000 spiritual power disappeared into thin air. Fortunately, the 50,000 spiritual power belonged to the adamantine foundation armor. Otherwise, he would have been sucked dry. However, the 50,000 spiritual power did not disappear for no reason. Under the shroud of the powerful golden halo, the bodies of the Demon Lord brothers suddenly froze. They howled in pain, but their bodies were unable to move at all. Strands of black gas were rapidly being stripped from their bodies, and their bodies were actually collapsing at an astonishing speed. What is going on? Not only were the enemies stunned, but even Long Houchen himself was stunned. Even Long Tianyin and Samakina, who were threatening each other in the sky, were attracted by this scene. The color of the golden light was very special. Within the golden light, there seemed to be 7 colors shining. The 7 colors were like gentle waves rippling in the golden light. This range included a diameter of about 100 meters. Within this range, only Long Houchen, Han Yu, the Evil Eye, and the 2 demon lords could be seen. The Evil Eye disappeared as soon as the golden light appeared. Even though the golden light was not directed at him, he did not dare to continue to exist there. On the other hand, Han Yu and Long Houchen had another kind of feeling. They felt that their light attribute had actually sublimated in this strange golden color. All the spiritual apertures in their bodies were trembling with a strange feeling. Every time they trembled, the spiritual apertures in their bodies felt like they were about to expand, and the spiritual power in their spiritual apertures was turning into a solid form of spiritual energy at an astonishing speed. What is going on? What is going on? Even Long Houchen did not know. The 2 demon lords were collapsing rapidly, and their bodies were disappearing bit by bit. They roared in horror and screamed in anger, but it was useless. In the midst of the 7-colored golden light, all their efforts were in vain. The Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield had changed from the epic orange to the 7-colored golden light. The halo was flowing, but its size remained the same. The blood vengeance attached to it had already disappeared and had collapsed. In the sky, a gray shadow flew towards Long Houchen like a bolt of lightning. On the other side, the blue-gold light flickered. There was no roar, but in mid-air there was a huge, storm-like halo that spread out. This halo was a mixture of gray and blue-gold. Long Tianyin was sent flying back. This time, he was already standing on the throne of God of order and law. On the other side, Samakina had also returned to his original position. The gray light on his body surged. From the previous collision, it seemed that neither side had gained the upper hand. But from their expressions, it was obvious that Long Tianyin was more nervous. Without a doubt, Samakina was going to save the demon lords, while Long Tianyin was going to stop him. Up until now, both sides had been restraining themselves. The other Type 9 powerhouses did not attack together with their commanders. Be it the demons or the Knights Templars, they could not afford to suffer such a devastating loss. As a necromancer demon god, Semenaga couldn't let his most elite clansmen die or get injured. If that was the case, how could he stand on equal footing with the Moon Demon and Star Demon? At this moment, Samakina and Long Tianyin were still staring at the seven-colored golden light. The air forces of both sides had undergone a drastic change. As the blue, gold, and gray light spread out, the air forces of both sides seemed to have been hit by a typhoon. They quickly dispersed and flew back to their own direction, not daring to stay in the air any longer. Those who were slightly slower immediately felt the impact of the terrifying airflow and were swept up in the air. The clash between the two great commanders was already at the level of destroying the world. This was also why they wouldn't easily make a move. Once one side led the battle to the army below, the destruction would not be a joke. However, what shocked all the spectators was that when the two-colored halo collided with the seven-colored golden light emitted by the divine snail shield, the airflow actually dispersed without a sound. It did not affect the undulations of the seven-colored golden light at all. How is that possible? This was what the powerhouses of both sides thought at the same time. That's right. How is that possible? Although the aftershocks of the battle between the two commanders had been weakened, even a Type 8 powerhouse had to dodge immediately. As for the seven-colored golden light, it seemed to have sliced the intense airflow apart, as though a cool breeze had brushed past the mountain. The seven-colored golden light had already begun to weaken, and the light gradually receded. However, the two demon lords were only left with their skeletons, and they were gradually turning into ashes. This could not be considered an instant kill, but it was a situation that terrified the demons even more. Although the two demon lord brothers could not compare to a real Type 9 powerhouse when they joined forces, their all-out attack could already reach the Type 9 level. However, they died in the air just like that, and they did not even have the strength to fight back. They could not even break free from the opponent's restraint. Hanyu, who was ready to make a move, floated beside Long Houchin in a daze and was completely speechless for a while. Is this the true power of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield? When Long Houchin obtained this shield that came from the Starlight Divine Beast, Hanyu was by his side, and he knew the origin of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield the best. However, was this seven-colored golden light really the power of an epic-grade equipment? That epic-grade equipment was too powerful. The seven-colored golden light finally disappeared, but what was left in the air were only Long Houchin and Hanyu, as well as the two fallen magic crystals of the 8th grade demons. There was a strange silence on the battlefield, but this silence did not last for too long. About 10 seconds later, there was a tsunami of cheers from the direction of the dragon-resisting pass. They had witnessed a miracle with their own eyes, and they had also witnessed the strength of their own powerhouses. That was only the knight on a golden pedestal. The Knights Templars had a stronger Knight of the Seal than him. The Knights Templars are invincible. Crazy cheers sounded, and all the Knight Templars seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, crazily chasing the bear demons and wolf demons that were rushing up the wall. The Knights of the Sky had also regrouped, and they took the initiative to pounce on the powerful enemies in the air. There was no doubt that, at this moment, the momentum of the Knights Templars had risen to the peak. As the commander-in-chief, how could Long Tianyin let go of such a good opportunity? He immediately gave the order for the whole army to attack. All the grade 9 powerhouses of the Knights Templars rose into the air and slowly flew towards the enemy with the pressure of Mount Tai. Retreat! Samakina gave the order with a cold look, and at the same time he also raised his right hand. The bodies of the 8 demon gods emitted a strong light at the same time, and the 8 demon god pillars shone brightly, and the bright light merged into a huge light curtain, covering the retreating demon soldiers. "Boss, what's the situation?" Han Yu asked in a low voice beside Long Houchen. Long Houchen shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I don't know what's going on either. It seems that the Sun-Moon Divine Snail shield was angered by their bloody skull. It was completely activated by itself, and it was not a skill I used. I also don't have the ability to use such a powerful skill. Fortunately, I have the Golden Foundation armor, and that attack just now directly took more than 50,000 spiritual energy points from me. Also, I feel that the 7-colored golden light has not been fully unleashed, and it seems to be suppressed for some reason." Han Yu was speechless. If it was so powerful even when it was suppressed, how powerful would it be if it was not suppressed? Long Houchen did not know, and neither did Han Yu. But on the other side, the demon god of necromancy, Samakina, gave an answer. "Divine instrument. The Knights Templars actually have such a divine instrument." The same answer appeared in Long Tianin's mind. It was a divine instrument shield. When did Long Houchen have such a shield? One must know, even for a comprehensive divine instrument like the Throne of God, among the few Throne of God that the Knights Templars had used, there was never a divine instrument shield. Moreover, this shield was not as simple as being used for defense. What was that 7-colored golden light just now? Even Long Tianin and Samakina were not sure what would happen under the cover of the 7-colored golden light. Divine instruments were always the most unpredictable weapons. This was because the power of a divine instrument belonged to a god. They were both divine instruments, but their emphasis would definitely be completely different. Among the divine instruments, the most terrifying ones were those that had absolute independence. Who knew what the ability of Long Houchen's shield was? Following the disappearance of the 7-colored golden light, the Ling Gang's spiritual energy in Long Houchen and Han Yu's spiritual orifices gradually turned into liquid spiritual energy again. This transformation process was not fast. If they wanted to use the Ling Gang in battle, they could at least fight for more than 10 minutes without exhausting their spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy that Long Houchen transformed into the Ling Gang did not include the part in the Golden Foundation battle armor. Only his own spiritual energy completed the transformation. This was somewhat similar to the enhancement given to him by the Star King, but it was not exactly the same, because the Ling Gang produced in one's spiritual orifices was much easier to control, and its power was bound to be more powerful. This was the true level of a Stage 9 powerhouse. Moreover, with this transformation, for Long Houchen and Han Yu, it was also a process of understanding the Ling Gang. Long Houchen still did not release his spiritual wings. His right hand pressed on Han Yu's shoulder, and he took advantage of the momentum to flip back and land on the dragon resisting Mountain Pass. Han Yu turned around and landed next to Long Houchen. The two looked at each other, and their eyes revealed a bit of surprise. Although this battle had ended as soon as it began, they were finally able to fight together again. This was already enough. Regiment Commander, I've heard about it. After the Temple Master has decided to let you complete the mission of 10 million merit points, we can form a new group. Long Houchen smiled and nodded. Yes, 10 million merit points. Let's take it slowly. At least 1 year, at most 2 years. As long as the Holy War continues, we will have the ability to complete it. Definitely. By the way, Regiment Commander, Lin Xian has something for you. Everyone also has news. Hearing this, Long Houchen's spirits immediately rose, and he said, "Is everyone all right?" Han Yu smiled and nodded. We General Class Monster Hunt 64 are not that easy to die. Now everyone is participating in the Holy War in their respective temple. I heard that Yuan has accumulated enough merit points to be promoted to the level of regiment commander. Sima and the others are not bad either. Only Kair doesn't seem to be participating in the holy war. Instead, she is cultivating in the assassin temple. Hearing Han Yu say that his companions were fine, Long Haochen was greatly relieved. To him, this was the news he wanted to know the most. His companion's safety also gave him more confidence and motivation to complete the mission of 10 million merit points. It's good that everyone is safe. Han Yu said, Regiment Commander, when we return, I will give you the pills refined by Lin Xan. Once the forest boa body honing pill is complete, there are many other pills. Long Haochen smiled and shook his head. There's no need to give them to me. You can keep them. Although the forest boa body honing pill is good, my external spiritual energy has almost reached a bottleneck. If my internal spiritual energy cannot be improved, my external spiritual energy cannot continue to improve. Deep meditation allowed Long Haochen to understand many things. His external spiritual energy was indeed much stronger than his companions. The main reason for this was because he was a god's favored and Haoyue. Although the forest boa body honing pill was good, it could not compare to the increase that Haoyue gave him. More importantly, Long Haochen did not want to use pills to improve himself. What he was pursuing now was the improvement of the coordination between his internal and external spiritual energy. In other words, he was not willing to let the gap between his internal and external spiritual energy be too big. With his cultivation reaching the 8th rank, as long as he cultivated his internal spiritual energy, it would naturally return to his body through the spiritual aperture. The benefits of pure spiritual energy could be seen. Long Haochen did not need to worry about the impurities in his spiritual energy affecting his body. He only needed to continue cultivating. Under such circumstances, medicinal pills would not be of much use to him. What he needed now was the accumulation of time to improve. Han Yu did not say anything more. This was Yulong Pass. Even if he wanted to persuade Long Haochen, he would have to wait until they got back. The demon army retreated like a tide. Under the pursuit of the Knights Templars, they left behind some corpses. Only then did they retreat back to the range of the light curtain formed by the 8 demon gods. This battle lasted for about 2 hours. There were a lot of corpses left on the battlefield. On the side of the Knights Templars, they immediately ordered to clean up the battlefield. They did not bury the corpses, but brought them back to the dragon-resisting mountain pass. The corpses outside the dragon-resisting mountain pass were mainly demons. After bringing the corpses back, they had to take out the magic crystals. Then the corpses of these demons were kept, and the useless ones were burned. This was also a helpless move. If the demons had the upper hand, the demons would also take these corpses away. However, when it came to the Knights Templars, they would become food. As long as there was enough food supply, these demons who could withstand the cold could maintain their continuous fighting strength. Although they were constantly losing members in the battle, the casualties of the Knights Templars were also shocking. The continuous consumption was consuming the future of the 6 great temples. Chapter 177. The reason why the hatred between different races was irreconcilable was largely due to the differences in culture, habits, and cognition between them. Humans would never do something like using the corpses of their own people as food. But under the high-pressure policy, the demons had become an important source of food for them. It could even be said that whenever the demons ran out of food, they would launch an attack on the dragon-resisting pass, not only to attack the enemy, but also to increase their food supply. The victory of this battle was not only a blow to the strength of the demons, but also a step closer to cutting off their food supply. Of course, in this way, the next attack of the demons would not be too long. A victory was too important for the dragon-resisting pass. They had been suppressed by the demons and had been defending the dragon-resisting pass for a full year and a half. The arrival of a victory was enough to make every knight excited, cheering and mobilizing everyone's spirit. An army with morale was much stronger than an army without morale. However, as the biggest contributor to this great victory, Long Houchin was called back to the Knights Templars after battle, standing straight in front of Yang Haohen and Long Tianyin. Long Houchin's expression did not change. At this time, he had already taken off the golden foundation battle armor. Han Yu was also beside him, but compared to Long Houchin's calmness, Han Yu was a little anxious, because the two Knight of the Seal Temple Masters did not look so happy. Long Houchin, do you know what your identity is? Long Tianyin said in a deep voice. Long Houchin immediately replied, I am a knight on a golden pedestal of the Knights Templars, a holy knight rank. Long Tianyin said, What else? Long Houchin was stunned for a moment, then said, I am also the leader of the general class Monster Hunt 64. Don't mention your monster hunters all the time. How can we let you form a new team in your current state? Have you completely forgotten our agreement? This time, even Yang Haohen was angry. Long Houchin looked at the two grandfatherly Knight of the Seal in confusion. Grandfather Yang, I don't know what I did wrong. Yang Haohen said angrily, You still don't know? Not only are you a holy knight, but you are also a soldier of the Temple League. I told you to find your own mount, but did I tell you to come back and join the battle? I had hoped that you would keep a low profile on the battlefield, but you didn't. After you came back, you immediately let all the demons know about you. Can you not become the target of public criticism? Can you guarantee that you won't be recognized by the demons? His equipment could be changed, but could his abilities be changed? Furthermore, we didn't give you that divine artifact shield. That's your original ability. By using it in front of so many demons, aren't you telling them who you are? The more we don't want something to happen, the more you lead it in that direction. Without waiting for Long Houchin to speak, Long Tianyin also said in a deep voice, A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Even if you wanted to join the battle, after you came back, you should have reported to me and entered the battlefield under my command. What about you? What did you do? He had rashly entered the battlefield and even exposed his strength. Do you know what a divine artifact means? It means that the pressure we put on the demons will increase. The greater the pressure, the greater the rebound. Who did you hear that we would easily use divine artifact weapons and equipment on the battlefield? Who doesn't try to hide their divine artifact as much as possible? Only in a life or death situation will we use this level of equipment to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. Long Houchin said, Temple Lords, I'm sorry. I didn't know it would cause a misunderstanding. Can you let me explain? Just as Long Tianyin was about to reprimand him, he was stopped by Yang Haohen. Yang Haohen nodded at him and said, All right, go ahead. I'll give you a chance to explain. However, if your explanation can't convince us, then you'll have to return to the temple and go into seclusion. You're not allowed to participate in the holy war anymore. Long Houchin's expression changed. This time he was really anxious. Not letting him participate in the holy war meant that he and his companions would have a long way to go before they could reform the monster hunters. Temple Lords, it's like this. Actually, what happened just now was mostly a coincidence. Moreover, the demons shouldn't be able to recognize me. The shield I used is something that the demons have never seen before. We obtained it in a cave in the dark swamp after we killed the snake demon god Endamari. Today was the first time I used it on the battlefield. Moreover, it has never been an artifact in my hands, but an epic shield. Grandpa, you've seen this shield before. I've used it during your test. Yang Haohen and Long Tianyin's expressions eased up a lot when they heard what he said. The demons had never seen this shield before, so it was much easier. As long as Long Houchin's identity was not exposed, they didn't care too much about the rest. Long Houchin continued, Here's the thing. At that moment, he told the whole process of his conversation with the Sun-Moon Divine Snail in the cave, as well as the process of obtaining the Sun-Moon Divine Snail's shield in detail. He did not hide anything. listening to Long Houchin talk about the origins of the starlight divine beast and the sun-moon divine snail. The two Knight of the Seal couldn't help but show a look of surprise. This was the first time they had heard of such a thing. The news that Long Houchin brought could be said to be shocking. Of course, when Long Houchin talked about the various situations that the sun-moon divine snail described, he naturally had to separate himself from the Tower of Eternity. The Tower of Eternity involved the necromancer, so it was too sensitive. He still had to keep this secret. However, since learning about the origins of the sleeping disaster Electrolux, Long Houchin had never entered the Tower of Eternity again. It could be said that he was avoiding it. He did not want to get any abilities from this sinner of mankind. The sleeping disaster Electrolux brought a huge disaster to mankind. As the Son of Light, Long Houchin could be said to hate him bitterly. If it wasn't for that disaster, when the demons came, mankind would not be so passive until the 6,000 years of the Dark Age. The sun and moon defense depends on the heart, the guidance of light, the protection of God. Dawn at dawn, sunset at dusk, the sun and moon alternate, the divine snail as the shield. These are the last words that the sun-moon divine snail left for me. I don't know what happened to the colorful golden light that was emitted by the sun-moon divine snail shield. I can only feel the light's amplification to us. However, those two demon overlords died in this 7-colored golden light. Yang Haohen and Long Tianyin looked at each other, sighed, and said, "Blessed by heaven! Child, you are really blessed by heaven. The birth of the Son of Light is indeed the blessing of mankind. They don't want us to be completely destroyed by the demons. Therefore, you must cherish yourself even more. We need you to lead mankind to chase away the demons and let the light return to the land. According to what you said, what happened just now was indeed an accident. However, you rashly entered the battlefield, so it was still wrong. Do you admit your mistake?" Long Houchin hurriedly nodded and said, "I admit my mistake. Grandpas, please don't let me leave the battlefield, okay? I have already left this holy war for 1.5 years. I really hope that I can do my part for the Knights Templars. In the future, I will definitely listen to your orders and abide by Grandfather Yang's 3 rules. I will do my best to hide my identity and not be discovered by the demons." Seeing his nervous expression, Yang Haohen couldn't help but reveal a smile on her face and said, "All right, I'll give you another chance. Remember what you said. If you advance recklessly again, don't blame Grandfather Yang for confining you." "Yes, I will obey your orders." Long Houchin immediately knocked his right hand on his chest and performed a standard knight's salute. If Yang Haohen really wanted to hide Long Houchin, he would at least have to wait until his cultivation had surpassed the 9th stage before letting him participate in the war. However, he also knew that doing so would not be beneficial to Long Houchin's growth. The growth of the Son of Light did not require a greenhouse, but continuous tempering. If he was allowed to quietly cultivate in a safe environment, his cultivation might increase, but his overall strength would definitely be lacking. After he reached the 9th stage, the enemies he would face would only be stronger, and he would not have any more chances to temper himself. Therefore, in the end, he did not stop him. Long Tianyin also nodded slightly and said, "Long Houchin, I can tell you for sure that this shield of yours is a divine weapon." At that time, it was stimulated by the necromancy demonic god's blood vengeance skill. With the intensity of the golden light, it is definitely not something that an epic great equipment can achieve. Moreover, there is no epic great equipment that needs to absorb 50,000 spiritual energy at once. What else did you feel at that time? Tell us in detail, and we will help you think of a way to mobilize the power of this divine weapon. If you can use it properly, then you'll have an additional protective artifact. Long Houchin nodded and said, "I felt very strange at that time, as if a special force was released from the sun-moon divine snail shield. At that time, my body and Hanyu's body were in a temporary state of stagnation, and so were the enemies. It was as if time had stopped within the range of the sun-moon divine snail shield's 7-colored golden light. Then I saw the enemy collapse and felt the spiritual energy in my spiritual aperture condense into Lingang. I could vaguely feel that the 7-colored golden light seemed to be lacking something. It seemed to be too masculine and lacked the neutral and peaceful nature of the original sun-moon divine snail. I do not know what is going on, and the sun-moon divine snail did not tell me that the shield he transformed into would produce such an effect. According to what he said, the sun-moon divine snail shield itself should not have any offensive power, but should be purely for defense. Long Tianyin said, in that case, the sun-moon divine snail should not have fully understood the function of the shield he transformed into. According to the past history that the sun-moon divine snail told you, it has never dissipated in this world, and thus became a shield for the Son of Light to use. Perhaps this time there was a certain change. Moreover, have you carefully studied the incantation that the sun-moon divine snail left for you? There seems to be some mysteries in it. Long Haochen nodded and said, I have carefully studied it, but I do not feel that it is an incantation. It seems to be just a description. I have also tried to chant it many times, but the sun-moon divine snail shield did not have any reaction. The defense of the sun and moon depends on the heart, the guidance of the light, the protection of the god. Dawn at dawn, sunset at dusk, the sun and moon alternate, the divine snail as the shield. From the name, the sun-moon divine snail shield needs the guidance of the light attribute and will produce the protection of the god to protect me. It becomes a shield. As for the dawn at dawn and sunset at dusk, these 2 times are when the sun and moon alternate. And I also found that whenever this happens, I will lose the ability to use the sun-moon divine snail shield. I do not understand why this is the case, but it has been so since I obtained it. In the last words that the sun-moon divine snail left, it should be reminding me not to use the sun-moon divine snail shield during these 2 times, because it cannot protect me. Also avoid these 2 times in battle. Yang Haohen murmured, sun-moon divine snail, the alternation of the sun and moon. No, what you said is wrong. Since its name is the sun-moon divine snail shield, how can it fail during the alternation of the sun and moon? This is not correct according to common sense. Since the sun-moon divine snail is a divine beast that is favored by the goddess of light, then it should be absorbing the essence of the sun and moon to enhance its cultivation. Since it is called the sun and moon, then the sun and moon should have a strengthening effect on it. How can the alternation of the sun and moon make its power disappear? I have never heard of a divine weapon or an epic equipment losing its power at a specific time. Long Haochen also fell into deep thought. Yang Haohen's words had a certain effect on him, but the truth was right in front of him. The sun-moon divine snail shield would lose its power at those 2 times. How could this be explained? Han Yu suddenly said, Temple Masters, leader, why don't we change our way of thinking? What if we reverse leader's guess? Reverse? Long Haochen looked at Han Yu in surprise. Han Yu nodded and said yes. According to Grandpa Yang, the divine snail shield of sun and moon is called the sun and moon shield. It probably absorbs the essence of the sun and moon to strengthen itself. If that's the case, when the sun and moon alternate, if it isn't at its weakest, then it might very well be at its strongest. But if it is at its strongest, why can't I feel its existence? At this point, Long Haochen's eyes suddenly lit up. He was a smart man, and he instantly grasped the key point. That's right. If it is at its strongest during the alternation of the sun and moon, then when I am unable to fully activate it, then it is very likely that it will fail. In other words, it is not that I have lost its ability, but that my strength is insufficient to support it to unleash its true power. At that time, the sun-moon divine snail shield will be the real sun-moon divine snail shield. If this is the case, then it seems reasonable that the sun-moon divine snail shield stayed behind. Long Tianyi nodded and said, That makes sense. It is very likely that this is the case. But how much spiritual power does this sun-moon divine snail shield need to be activated? I can give you a hint. Activating the Throne of God shield requires an extremely large amount of spiritual power. The basic amount of spiritual power required is 100,000. Every time the Throne of God is activated, it can be used to fight for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the spiritual power will continue to be depleted. Of course, with our cultivation, we will continuously absorb the light elements in the air during the battle to recover our spiritual power. So, it is still possible to fight for a period of time. Long Haochen's eyes gradually lit up. I understand. He shouted excitedly. He hugged Han Yu, who was beside him, and said, "Thank you, Han Yu. I understand now. I finally understand what the sun-moon divine snail shield is all about." Han Yu looked at him in confusion. Although he mentioned a possible situation, he actually did not understand much. He only said his idea, but he did not expect it to be so useful to Long Haochen. "Tell me, what is going on? Let us help you sort out your thoughts," Yang Haohen said excitedly. Long Haochen nodded and said, "If our deduction is correct, then the sun-moon divine snail shield will only be able to display its greatest power when the sun and the moon alternate. At that time, it should be a real divine weapon, and a very powerful one at that. The sun-moon divine snail shield itself is a divine weapon. It is only because I, as the user, have not reached the most basic cultivation to activate the divine weapon that it can display the power of an epic great equipment. In this way, with my current cultivation, I can use its power to defend myself. In other words, the sun-moon divine snail shield itself can sense the strength of its owner and determine its own strength. In short, if my cultivation is lower than when I obtained it, it might directly be a legendary equipment instead of an epic great equipment." Yang Haohen, Long Tianyin, and Han Yu all nodded. Long Haochen's analysis was very reasonable. Long Haochen continued, "If that is the case, then the sun-moon divine snail shield itself should be a divine weapon, not an epic great equipment. As my strength increases, the sun-moon divine snail shield will gradually display its true power as a divine weapon." When the rainbow light appeared, I felt that something was wrong. It seemed that the sun-moon divine snail shield was too cruel, and it lacked the calmness of the original sun-moon divine snail shield. This is probably because it was daytime, and the sun-moon divine snail shield could only borrow the power of the sun, thus revealing the tyrannical power of the sun. On the other hand, if it was nighttime, the power it emitted after becoming a divine weapon should be feminine. In other words, the true nature of the sun-moon divine snail shield should be that it is a masculine divine weapon during the day and a feminine divine weapon during the night. Han Yu could not help but ask, since it is a divine weapon during the day and night, what about during the alternation of the sun and the moon? Long Haochen took a deep breath, looked at the three people in front of him, and said word by word, "Supreme divine weapon." Long Tianyin, Yang Haohen, and Han Yu could not help but gasp when they heard the word supreme divine weapon. The idea of Han Yu obtaining a supreme divine weapon came from the mouth of the sun-moon divine snail shield, which was the same for him and Long Haochen. However, it was not the case for the two Knight of the Seal. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Supreme divine weapon. In other words, under certain circumstances, the sun-moon divine snail shield might be able to unleash the power of a supreme divine weapon? Yang Haohen's voice was slightly trembling. Of course, he knew what a supreme divine weapon meant, even more so than Long Haochen. Long Haochen said, "Grandfather Yang, this is only my guess. I don't know if it's true or not. However, even if it is, I'm afraid that even the two grandpas might not be able to activate a supreme divine weapon, let alone me. After all, the more powerful a divine weapon is, the more spiritual energy it needs to activate it." Long Tianyin took a deep breath and said, "Haochen, do you understand what a supreme divine weapon means?" Long Houchen said, "Powerful, able to reverse the situation, forbidden spells, or even surpassing ordinary forbidden spells." Long Tianyin said, "That's too broad of a description. Let me explain it to you. As you know, there are 6 thrones of God in the Knights Templars. Which throne of the Divine Seal do you think is the strongest among the 6? Long Houchen shook his head blankly and said, "I don't even know what the 6 throne of God are. Back then, my father said that it wouldn't be too late for me to understand the throne of God when my cultivation is high enough." Long Tianyin said, "Your father is right. It doesn't matter if you understand it when your strength is high enough. However, I want to tell you that the throne of God itself has a ranking. For example, Old Yang's throne of God is a bit more powerful than mine, and your father's throne of God, from a battle point of view, is even more powerful than the 2 of us. You've personally seen the power of the throne of God. Do you know how powerful the demon god of necromancy, Samekina, is?" Long Houchen shook his head. Long Tianyin said, "According to our judgment, the demon emperor is very likely to be, like what he said, his spiritual energy cultivation has broken through 1 million. And after the demon emperor, it's the moon demon Agars, the star demon Vesak, the demon god of necromancy, Samekina, and the demon god of hell, Marbus. Among the 72 demon god pillars, there are only these 4 demon gods who can really discuss the important matters of the demons with the demon emperor. In terms of strength among these 4 demon gods, the moon demon Agars is undoubtedly the strongest. His spiritual energy cultivation is probably more than 600,000. In other words, if we don't consider equipment, even Agars is an invincible existence. In our Temple League, there has never been an expert with a spiritual energy cultivation of more than 400,000. Below Agars, the star demon Vesak should have an internal spiritual energy cultivation of more than 500,000. But because most of his energy is on the Great Prophecy spell, as a prophet of the demons, his real combat power is not very strong. But the Great Prophecy spell is very terrifying. And the demon god of necromancy, Samekina, and the demon god of hell, Marbus, should have similar cultivation. But demons are stronger than demons of hell, so Samekina's ranking is higher. Both of their internal spiritual energy cultivation is more than 400,000, and my internal spiritual energy can be considered to be ranked in the alliance, but it is only 210,000. Although Samekina's necromancy demon god pillar is also a relic, the demon god pillar is different from our relic. Its main function is to protect the demon god from death, and at the same time, it is extremely tough. The other amplification functions can't be compared to our relic. In other words, I relied on the throne of God of order and law to close the gap of 200,000 spiritual energy cultivation between me and Samekina. In terms of strength, he is still stronger than me, but if I fight to the death, the final outcome will only be a lose-lose situation. This is the power of a relic. Long Tianyin said so much, no doubt to prove to Long Houchen how important a relic is. Even a relic is like this, let alone a supreme relic. When you grow up, you will definitely be the successors of the Knights Templars, so it is fine to tell you now. Among the 6 throne of God of the Knights Templars, there has always been one that has never been owned by anyone. And this throne of God, according to our ancestors' guess, is a supreme relic. Long Houchen and Han Yu gasped at the same time. Their eyes were burning with passion. They did not expect the Knights Templars to have a supreme relic. Yang Haohen continued Long Tianyin's words. Back then, the demons came and destroyed all the countries of the human race. Their armies pressed on the borders, threatening to destroy us at any time. Facing the danger of extinction, the human race was unprecedentedly united. The 6 temples were established, and under the leadership of all the powerhouses, they barely managed to maintain their current territory. Relying on the natural barriers, they protected the last home of the human race. However, at that time, the demons had yet to gain a firm foothold and had yet to fully adjust. As long as they familiarized themselves with the situation of the continent and straightened out the various demons that appeared after the plague, the extinction of the human race was almost inevitable. At that moment, a meteor fell from the sky, and the meteor landed within the territory of the Knights Templars. A huge throne then appeared. Only one? Long Houchen asked in surprise. Yang Houhen nodded and said, "That's right, only one." This huge throne was so magnificent and emitted such a powerful aura of light, and even more so, it had an unparalleled majesty. It was wrapped in a huge meteorite as it landed. The meteorite shattered and revealed the throne, and that meteorite was actually formed by the condensation of various metals and gems. Our ancestors gathered all the skilled craftsmen, master alchemists, and powerhouses in the entire alliance, using the descending throne of God as the prototype, and using its power as the blueprint, they built 5 Throne of God. These 5 Throne of God are the Throne of God of Fear and Sorrow, the Throne of God of Doomsday and Massacre, the Throne of God of Protection and Mercy, the Throne of God of Wisdom and Spirit, the Throne of God of Order and Law. This was the first time Long Houchen and Han Yu heard the full names of the 5 Throne of God. At the same time, this made them even more interested in the super divine weapon Throne of God, which was the blueprint for the prototype. Long Houchen asked, when these 5 Throne of God were forged, how did they know the power of the descending Throne of God? If they didn't know its specific power, how could they have used those materials? Yang Houhen said, according to the records, the situation was like this. After the meteorite shattered, it broke into 5 piles, and each pile was formed by metals and gems. There seemed to be a strong attraction between them. This is the origin of the 5 Throne of God. As for its power, at this point, his eyes couldn't help but show a trace of yearning. The throne of the divine seal that appeared in the primordial world once erupted. Ah! Long Houchen and Han, you couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That super divine weapon Throne of God had exploded before? But didn't you say that no one has ever used this super divine weapon, and no one has ever controlled this Throne of God? Yang Houhen nodded and said, yes, no one has ever controlled it. It completely exploded its power on its own. It was also after that explosion that it completely lost its original luster, and remained silent for 6,000 years among our Knights Templars. At that time, the demons were full of aggression. After a short period of adjustment, the 72 demon god pillars didn't mobilize the demon army to attack us. Instead, the 72 demon god pillars, under the leadership of the first demon emperor, directly rushed into the alliance. We could barely stop the demon army, but we couldn't stop the 72 demon god pillars. When they united, wherever the 72 demon god pillars went, lives were lost, and a large number of alliance powerhouses died in their hands. When they attacked the alliance headquarters, which is also the original Throne of God, there were as many as 52 of the 72 demon god pillars left. The 20 demon gods that died in battle were also resurrected in their respective demon god pillars. In this ambush, the demon gods didn't bring their demon god pillars. At that time, our ancestors all thought that humans were finished. Most of the powerhouses had died in battle, and there were very few of them left. Moreover, they were scattered all over the alliance, and there was no time to rescue the headquarters. The 5 Throne of God that we have now haven't started construction, and are still in the discussion stage. At that time, almost all the master blacksmiths and alchemists in the alliance were gathered at the original Throne of God. Let's not talk about the alliance being breached, just the fact that they all died in the hands of the 72 demon god pillars was already fatal for the alliance. It was at this moment that these master craftsmen and alchemists witnessed a miracle in the truest sense of the word. 52 fiend celestials invaded the alliance headquarters and saw this primordial divine seal throne. Of course, they could see how powerful the original Throne of God was. Therefore, they immediately laid their hands on the Throne of God and prepared to take it away. It was also at this time that the original Throne of God exploded. This throne was triggered by some unknown force, and it suddenly exploded with an unparalleled radiance. The radiance was 9-colored and emitted a golden glow. In the sky, 9-colored auspicious clouds descended. The original throne of God suddenly separated and turned into a set of armor and a godly sword shining with 9-colored golden light. The armor seemed to come to life, and it held the godly sword and attacked the demons. Its attack process was very simple, and it actually just wrote 10 big words in the sky. 10 words that don't belong to our world, and they are very complicated. The 9-colored golden light interweaved, and out of the 52 demon gods in front of these 10 big words, only 18 were able to leave alive. The first generation demon emperor was heavily injured. From then on, the demons were greatly weakened. At this point, whether it was Yang Haohen or Long Tianyin, their faces were abnormally flushed. Their breathing became hurried, and the pride and excitement that came from their hearts couldn't be suppressed. Long Haochen and Han, you only felt the blood in their bodies boiling. The original throne of God, with the 10 big words formed by the 9-colored golden light sword, actually killed 34 demon gods, and seriously injured the demon emperor. What kind of glorious power was this? This was probably something that could only be done with the power of God. Long Haochen asked with a trembling voice, "Can our ancestors identify what these 10 big words are?" Yang Haohen shook his head. "They can't." I said, "Those are words that don't belong to our world." However, they understood the meaning behind it, because when those 10 big words appeared, they all got the same answer in their hearts. Those 10 big words are eternal, eternal, creation, creation, Godseal, king throne. Long Haochen and Han Yu trembled, and because of excitement, their fists were already clenched tightly. The eternal and creation throne of God. Long Haochen repeated these shocking 10 words, and for a moment he almost couldn't control his emotions. Yang Haohen took a deep breath. It was because those master craftsmen and master alchemists saw the power of the eternal and creation throne of God that they understood what the throne of God was. Because of this, after 3 generations of hard work, they finally forged the other 5 throne of God. When the throne of God was first forged, every temple should have one. However, later on, everyone realized that the throne of God was completely of the light attribute, and it seemed that it would only recognize the night as its partner. Therefore, after hundreds of years of wear and tear, in the end, all 6 throne of God were left in the hands of the Knights Templars. When saying this, Yang Haohen felt a sense of pride from the bottom of his bones. Yes, this was also the biggest pride of the Knights Templars in the past 6,000 years. It could be said that the reason why the Knights Templars could be ranked first among the 6 temples most of the time was because of the 6th throne of God. Looking at Long Haochen and Han Yu, who were so excited that they couldn't control themselves, Yang Haohen said, "Now you should know how terrifying the power of a supreme artifact is. If this sun-moon divine snail shield can really unleash the power of a supreme artifact under certain circumstances, then we really have the power to fight against the demon emperor and the top 5 demon gods." Yang Haohen took a deep breath and looked deeply into Long Haochen's eyes. "Haochen, what I hope the most is that one day I can see you get the recognition of the eternal and creator throne of God. If you really succeed, then there is hope for us humans to completely destroy the demons and let the mainland return to the embrace of us humans. You are the son of light and have become a God's favored. It can be said that you are all our hope. If you can't get the recognition of the eternal and creator throne of God with your talent, then I'm afraid this original throne of God can only exist in vain forever."